creature that disappears before you see it. The forest floor is bathed in the cool, silver glow of a spring moon. High above, the ancient oak trees sway with a gentle, rhythmic creak, their branches interlacing like fingers against the velvet dark of the sky. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth, budding leaves, and the faint, sweet perfume of wildflowers waking up for the season. In the quiet theater of the night, every sound becomes a symphony. The soft rustle of fallen leaves, the distant, rhythmic chirping of crickets, and the steady, calming flow of a nearby stream. It is a time when the world of light fades away, and the hidden inhabitants of the woods emerge to claim their domain. Among the tall ferns and the shadowed trunks, something stirs. It is not the bold stride of a predator, nor the frantic scurrying of a creature in flight. It is a deliberate, cautious movement, a shadow within a shadow, gliding across the forest floor with a grace that seems almost fluid, like water flowing over stones. As the shadow moves, it pauses for a fleeting moment at the base of a silver maple. The moonlight catches a glimpse of a long, slender tail, partially bare and pinkish, curling around a low-hanging vine. There's a strange, delicate beauty in the way it navigates the terrain, a touch of prehistoric curiosity in every quiet adjustment. Before the eye can fully focus, before the mind can define the shape, the creature rises. It reaches for a gnarled branch, its nimble fingers gripping the wood with a sure, steady strength. With a soft, whispered rustle of foliage, it ascends, disappearing into the dense canopy above. The spot where it stood is empty once more, leaving only the memory of a movement and the feeling that you have witnessed a secret. The woods return to their serene state, but the mystery of the traveler remains, lingering in the cool night air like the scent of pine. This traveler is no stranger to the darkness. It has been a ghost of the North American forests for millions of years. It is a creature that prefers the path of least resistance, a master of blending into the background. It does not seek the spotlight of the sun, nor does it crave the frantic energy of the day. Instead, it finds its purpose in the twilight hours, navigating the world with a calm, methodical persistence. To watch it is to watch the forest itself, unhurried, adaptive, and endlessly patient. It is a solitary wanderer, driven by the simple instincts of survival and the rhythmic pulse of the seasons. It lives in the spaces between the earth and the sky, between the water and the trees, and between the known and the unseen. In this quiet, nocturnal world, the creature finds a sense of peace that only those who walk under the moon can truly understand. If you were to trace the history of this wanderer, you would find yourself traveling back through the vast corridors of time, long before the great mammals we recognize today dominated the plains and forests. The ancestors of this creature were already finding their way through the lush, ancient landscapes of a changing world. They have endured while others have faded, carrying with them a lineage that stretches back to an era when the continents were still shifting. Their survival is a testament to an incredible resilience, a biological heritage that favors balance over aggression and flexibility over brute strength. Every step they take carries the weight of an evolutionary success story that has been whispered down through the ages. They are the survivors of history, the quiet witnesses to the unfolding of the modern world, remaining largely unchanged because they found a way of living that works in perfect harmony with the night. We call them the Virginia Opossum, yet their story is far older than any human name. As the only marsupial in North America, they carry the signature of a different time, a time when the pouch was a revolutionary design, a cradle for life carried through the trials of the wild. This ancient strategy has allowed them to thrive across diverse environments, from the deep, humid thickets of the south to the cold, whispering forests of the north. They are a link to a past that predates the ice ages and the rise of the great forests we walk through today. When you look at an opossum, you are looking at a living fossil, a creature whose basic design has proven its worth across eons. They do not fight for dominance, they simply persist, a quiet thread of life woven into the fabric of the continent, proving that sometimes the most successful creatures are those that know how to stay low and move with the rhythm of the earth. The air tonight is thick with the promise of change. Winter has finally relinquished its hold, and the soil is warm enough to foster growth. Deep within the heart of the forest, the cycle is beginning anew. The traveler we saw moments ago is not just a wanderer, it is a part of a larger story that repeats with the blossoming of every spring. As the moon climbs higher, casting long, peaceful shadows across the mossy ground, the woods seem to hold their breath. Somewhere in a hollow log, tucked away from the chill, life is stirring. A new generation is preparing to enter this vast, beautiful world. The night is a cradle, and the forest is ready. The story of the opossum is not just one of survival, but of renewal, a story that starts, ends, and begins again under the watchful eyes of the stars, in the quiet, hidden life of the woods. A body designed for adaptation. The Virginia opossum is a masterclass in evolutionary efficiency, a creature whose form has been refined by the slow, deliberate hand of time. To observe one closely, though they are rarely still for long, is to notice how every feature serves a specific, quiet purpose. Its face is a study in soft, monochromatic tones. A pointed snout, often tipped with a wet, sensitive nose, leads the way through the undergrowth. This face is framed by fur that shifts from a silvery gray to a deep, dark charcoal, creating a mask-like appearance that seems designed to disappear into the dappled light of the forest floor. There is a gentle, almost weary expression in its dark, obsidian-like eyes, a gaze that has looked out upon a changing world for millions of years without ever needing to change its own fundamental nature. Resting atop its head are two ears, paper-thin and remarkably sensitive. They are constant, twitching instruments that map the world through sound. They catch the faintest rustle of a dry leaf, the distant snap of a twig, or the soft vibrations of the earth itself. These ears are constantly in motion, pivoting to track the symphony of the night, filtering out the chaos to focus on the essential melodies of the woods. They are the creature's primary warning system, allowing it to navigate through the densest thickets without ever needing to rely on a sharp, predatory gaze. In the silence of the night, the opossum listens as much as it sees, living in a world where sound is the most reliable guide. Perhaps the most iconic feature of this quiet wanderer is its tail. Often misunderstood, this long, prehensile appendage is a triumph of utility. It is hairless and leathery, a pinkish, gripping hand that extends from the body like an extra limb. When the opossum climbs, the tail acts as a stabilizer, a fifth point of contact that ensures balance even on the thinnest, most precarious branches. It can curl around a twig with a gentle but firm hold, providing security as the creature navigates the vertical landscape of the forest. In moments of rest, it can even serve as a tether, anchoring the animal as it stretches to reach a succulent piece of fruit or a hidden patch of moss. It is a bridge between the animal and the trees it calls home. Beneath the tail and the fur, we find the hands and feet of a climber. They are deceptively simple, yet perfectly engineered for a life between the ground and the canopy. Each foot possesses opposable digits, small, dexterous thumbs that allow the opossum to grasp branches with an almost human-like precision. These are not the paws of a runner meant for the open plains, but the hands of an explorer, designed to grip, pull, and balance. As the opossum moves, it places each foot with a deliberate, soft touch, testing the stability of the bark or the mossy earth before committing its weight. It is a slow, steady gait, characterized by a deliberate caution that ensures it can navigate any environment, from the high, swaying limbs of an ancient oak to the soft, damp mud of a riverbank. Hidden beneath the fur of the female lies the most remarkable adaptation of all, the pouch. This is a marvel of evolutionary biology, a warm, safe sanctuary that has allowed the species to survive where others might falter. Within this secret, protective space, the fragile spark of new life is nurtured in a way that few other creatures on Earth possess. It is a portable cradle, a testament to the endurance of the species, ensuring that the next generation is shielded from the harshness of the outside world until it is strong enough to face the elements. This pouch is the heart of the opossum's success, a biological miracle that transforms the mother into a walking, breathing shelter, keeping the future safe even in the deepest, coldest reaches of the night. When you take in the entirety of the opossum, its nimble hands, its prehensile tail, its keen ears, and its life-giving pouch, you see a creature that is the definition of resilience. It is not built for speed, nor is it built for combat. It is built for endurance and adaptation. It is a creature of simplicity, possessing exactly what it needs and nothing more. There is a profound honesty in its design, an uncompromising dedication to a lifestyle that values stability, shelter, and a quiet, persistent existence. As it moves through the moonlight, it is a testament to the idea that you do not need to be the strongest or the fastest to thrive. You simply need to be the one who knows how to adapt, how to listen, and how to carry your world with you. Senses that guide every step in the deep, velvet hours of the night, the world is transformed into a tapestry of scent and sound. For the opossum, the darkness is not an obstacle. It is a landscape defined by senses that have been honed over eons. Its most vital tool is its nose. The snout is a constant, twitching radar, absorbing the complex chemical signals of the forest. Every damp patch of soil, every rotting log, and every hidden treasure of food leaves a lingering scent trail that only the opossum can decipher. It is as if the forest is written in a language of odors, and the opossum reads this language with an expert's grace, following the invisible currents of the night to find its next meal or a safe place to rest. While the nose guides its direction, the ears act as the primary sentries. These thin, translucent flaps are always tuned to the frequency of the wild. To the human ear, a forest might seem silent, but to the opossum, it is a bustling, noisy place. It hears the skittering of a beetle across bark, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft, rhythmic rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. These sounds provide a detailed map of the surroundings. By processing these vibrations, the opossum understands exactly where it is safe to tread and where it should pause. It is a state of constant, gentle vigilance, where every sound is analyzed and filed away, allowing the creature to move with confidence through the dark. Vision, for the opossum, is a secondary but highly specialized sense. Its eyes are large and dark, reflecting the moonlight with a faint, glimmering light. They are perfectly adapted for low-light conditions, capable of picking out shapes and movements that would be invisible to us. When the moonlight is dim and the shadows are deep, the opossum doesn't need bright, sharp color. It needs the ability to distinguish the outline of a branch against the sky or the texture of the forest floor. Its vision provides the broad strokes of the landscape, while its whiskers, those long, sensitive tactile hairs, provide the fine details, brushing against objects to warn of proximity and helping it navigate the narrowest of gaps. Touch is perhaps the most intimate way this creature interacts with its home. Each paw, with its dexterous, grasping fingers, serves as a sensory probe. As the opossum climbs, it feels the roughness of the bark, the chill of a damp branch, and the yielding softness of a bed of moss. This tactile feedback is essential for its life in the trees. It doesn't just climb, it feels its way upward, ensuring every hold is secure before shifting its weight. There is a calm, deliberate rhythm to this process, a tactile dialogue between the creature and the forest. By the time its paws reach the ground, it has already mapped the texture of the world around it, building a mental image of the terrain through touch alone. Survival in the wild requires an acute awareness of potential danger. Yet the opossum's approach is not one of fear, but of careful assessment. When it encounters something unexpected, a snap of a branch or the scent of a predator, it does not react with panic. Instead, it pauses, its entire body going still. It listens, its whiskers twitching, its nose testing the air. This moment of stillness is a survival strategy in itself. By becoming part of the shadows, it waits for the danger to pass or for the environment to reveal its true nature. It is a master of situational awareness, knowing that the most important part of staying safe is the ability to recognize when the environment has shifted and how to adjust its own presence accordingly. With its senses fully engaged, the young opossum takes its first real steps of exploration. The forest is vast, but the creature is not overwhelmed. It is guided by an internal map, a sense of belonging that pulls it toward the quiet corners of the woods. As it ventures out from the safety of its daytime den, it is learning the rhythm of the world, the timing of the breeze, the shifting of the moon, and the subtle cues that signal the best time to forage. Every night is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to deepen its connection to the ancient woods. It moves forward with a quiet, persistent curiosity, ready to embrace the wonders that lie in the dark, guided by the very senses that have carried its ancestors through the ages. A home among trees and streams. The habitat of the Virginia opossum is as varied as the seasons themselves, yet it always centers on the need for stability and shelter. They thrive in the moist, temperate forests where the canopy is thick enough to offer cover, and the undergrowth is dense enough to provide pathways of shadow. These woodlands are their kingdom, filled with the rich, earthy smells of decaying leaves, damp soil, and the hidden life that thrives in the moisture. Here, the opossum finds a perfect balance, a world that is both protective and abundant, a landscape that offers 1,000 hidden corners where a creature can live, move, and rest without ever being truly seen by the larger world. Hollow trees are the preferred sanctuaries for this wanderer, an ancient, gnarled oak or a fallen maple. Its interior, softened by time and rot, becomes more than just a home, it becomes a fortress. Inside, the world is quiet and still. The thick wood muffles the sounds of the stormy nights, keeping the interior dry and shielded from the biting wind. Often, these dens are lined with leaves, grasses, and bits of moss, carefully collected and carried back in the curl of their tail. It is a humble, cozy space, a place of deep rest where the opossum can retreat when the sun rises, curling into a tight, furred ball to sleep away the bright hours of the day. Water is another essential element of their landscape. Opossums are rarely found far from the cooling presence of a stream or a quiet, meandering creek. The banks of these waterways are magnets for life, hosting a bounty of insects, amphibians, and lush, wild fruits. The rhythmic sound of running water seems to define the pace of their lives, providing a constant, soothing background noise to their nightly foraging. They move along these edges with purpose, their paws finding purchase in the soft, rich mud, always mindful of the water's edge. For the opossum, the stream is not just a source of hydration, it is a highway of scent and sound, a vital corridor that connects the different parts of its territory. Beyond the deep forest, the opossum is surprisingly adaptable. They are often found near the edges of open fields and even along the fringes of human settlements. Where the woods meet the meadow, they find a wealth of diversity, berry bushes heavy with late summer fruit, tall grasses teeming with crickets, and the quiet edges of gardens that offer hidden treats. They have learned to coexist with the encroaching world, finding shelter under garden sheds, wood piles, or forgotten stone walls. They do not seek to change their surroundings. They simply integrate themselves into the existing landscape, finding the hidden potential in every environment, whether it is deep in the wild or nestled against the quiet backyards of humanity. Choosing a sleeping place is a ritual that requires a keen sense of safety and comfort. An opossum may have several dens scattered across its territory, rotating between them to avoid becoming predictable. This nomadic lifestyle keeps them safe, as they are never tethered to one location for too long. When selecting a den, they look for narrow openings, just wide enough to slip through, but small enough to discourage larger intruders. They test the air at the entrance, listen for the vibrations of the forest, and then, with a final, deliberate check, they slip inside. In this moment of retreat, the world fades away, replaced by the deep, restorative peace of a sanctuary built on instinct and experience. As the weeks progress and the air begins to hold the promise of spring, the opossum is already preparing. It spends its nights scouting, checking the integrity of its favorite hollows and ensuring that its pathways through the brush remain clear. The forest is shifting, the buds are swelling on the branches, and the nights are growing shorter. The opossum feels the subtle change in the rhythm of the earth. It is a time of anticipation, a time to ensure that when the new life arrives, the home is ready. Every movement, every decision, and every chosen resting place is part of a larger, silent preparation for the cycle that is about to begin again. Life begins inside the pouch. The arrival of spring brings a profound shift in the forest. As the frost retreats into the earth and the first green shoots push through the damp soil, the opossum feels a magnetic pull toward the cycle of reproduction. This is the first mating season of the year, a time of quiet activity that stirs the solitary wanderers from their usual routines. Despite their generally antisocial nature, the forest hums with the subtle, chemical signals of courtship. It is a brief, transient period where paths cross beneath the silver light of the moon, and the ancient imperative to continue the lineage guides every interaction. After these fleeting encounters, the males return to their solitary travels, leaving the females to carry the weight of the coming life. The gestation period for the Virginia opossum is strikingly short, one of the shortest among all mammals. In less than 2 weeks, the transformation occurs. It is a biological marvel, a rush of development that seems to defy the slow, steady pace of the natural world. Because the newborns are so incredibly small, barely the size of a honeybee, they are born in a state that appears premature. They are blind, hairless, and translucent, little more than embryonic sparks of life. Yet, they possess an innate, driving instinct, a singular purpose that guides them from the moment they enter the world. It is a test of resilience that begins the second they are born, a journey that marks the very beginning of their existence. The birth itself is a quiet, hidden event, tucked away in the deepest recesses of the mother's den. As the tiny, underdeveloped young emerge, the forest outside continues its rhythmic, nightly pulse. There is no fanfare, no complex labor. There is only the mother, focused and calm, and the fragile lives that have just begun. They are so small that the entire litter could fit into a single teaspoon, a testament to the delicate nature of their beginning. They do not yet have the strength to survive the open air, nor the size to navigate the world. They are completely dependent, relying on the warmth and the instinctual guidance of the mother to reach the next stage of their fragile journey. The path from birth to the pouch is the most critical stage of their young lives. Driven by a powerful sense of smell and the instinct to climb, the tiny creatures must perform a feat of endurance that is nothing short of heroic. They must pull themselves up through the mother's fur, navigating the dense, tangled forest of her coat, moving toward the warmth of the pouch. It is a vertical climb of only a few inches, but to a creature the size of a bee, it is a vast, perilous mountain range. Each movement is a struggle, a delicate exercise in persistence. They rely on their front limbs, which are surprisingly strong for their size, pulling and dragging their small bodies upward, fueled by the singular goal of reaching the safety that awaits. Once they cross the threshold of the pouch, the transformation is immediate. The interior is a haven of warmth, safety, and nourishment. Each newborn finds a teat and latches on, a connection that will sustain them for weeks to come. In this secret, leather-lined cradle, the chaos of the outside world is completely shut out. Here, the temperature is perfectly regulated, the environment is secure, and the mother's body provides the constant, rhythmic heartbeat that acts as a soothing lullaby. They are no longer fighting the elements. They are cradled in the protective embrace of life itself. The pouch acts as a second womb, a vital extension of the mother's own body where they can grow at their own pace, sheltered from the cold and the dangers of the forest. Within this hidden sanctuary, the mother remains the ultimate guardian. She moves with an even greater sense of caution, her body curved to protect the precious cargo she carries. She feeds with a steady, watchful eye, ensuring her own health so she can provide for the life blooming within her. She is a living, moving home, a source of stability in an unpredictable world. As she rests in the silence of her den, curled in a tight, protective ball, the young ones grow, their tiny bodies gaining strength with every passing hour. In the heart of the forest, amidst the whispering trees and the soft night air, the promise of the future is being carefully, tenderly forged. The cycle has turned once more, and life, in its most vulnerable and miraculous form, is secure, growing inside the pouch. The weeks that follow are defined by a profound, muffled stillness. Inside the pouch, the world is one of constant, soothing contact. The young opossums exist in a state of suspended development, their bodies slowly maturing in the warm, dark safety of their mother's care. They are entirely unaware of the vast, towering trees above or the silver moonlight that floods the forest floor. For them, life is limited to the rhythmic rise and fall of the mother's breathing and the gentle, constant pulse of her heartbeat. It is a time of incredible biological progress, where tiny, translucent frames slowly take on the shape of their ancestors, growing fur and gaining the strength needed for the life that lies ahead. Growth here is measured in subtle changes. What began as a group of nearly formless, fragile beings starts to gain definition. Their limbs grow sturdier, and their tiny, pinkish ears begin to take their familiar shape. They are quiet, content dwellers of this mobile home, drawing all the sustenance they need directly from the mother. The mother, for her part, is the image of maternal patience. She moves through the night with a specialized, cautious grace, her gait modified to ensure that her precious, hidden burden remains undisturbed. She is the anchor for their development, a silent protector who navigates the forest with the weight of the future tucked safely against her body. Then comes the day when the first true shift occurs, the opening of their eyes. After weeks of darkness, the young opossums experience their first, fleeting glimpses of the world. At first, it is only light, a soft, filtered glow that seeps through the edges of the pouch when the mother moves or when she pauses to groom. This influx of sensory information is the beginning of their awakening. They start to become aware of the pouch as a space, a boundary that they will eventually outgrow. Their eyes, once sealed, now take in the soft, texture-rich walls of their sanctuary, and their developing brains begin to register the presence of their siblings, shifting and wriggling beside them. Along with sight comes the expansion of their auditory world. The muffled sounds of the forest, the high-pitched whistle of the wind through the pines, the heavy, rhythmic thumping of distant animals, and the gentle chatter of nocturnal insects begin to penetrate the pouch. These sounds are no longer just vibrations, they are signals. They learn to associate the soft, low grunts of their mother with safety and the sharp, sudden snaps of twigs in the distance with the need for caution. They are eavesdropping on the world, becoming familiar with the symphony of the night long before they ever step a foot out into it. It is a foundational education, one that prepares them for the complexities of the wild. The internal space of the pouch soon begins to feel different. As the young grow, they become more active, and the once spacious cradle becomes a crowded, lively hub. They stretch their limbs, pushing against the soft walls, testing their growing strength. The mother feels these movements, the restless energy of the young ones signaling that they are nearing the end of this stage of their journey. They are no longer just passive recipients of care, they are explorers in waiting, their instincts pulling them toward the opening, toward the air, and toward the vast, unexplored territory that waits just outside the fur-lined doorway. Finally, the moment of transition arrives. The mother senses their readiness, her movements becoming even more deliberate. The air outside is cool and carries the scent of damp leaves and blossoming spring flowers, a world away from the warm, enclosed environment they have known. As they peer out, their eyes adjusting to the dim, beautiful light of the night, they experience their first breath of the outside world. It is a moment of wonder, a threshold between the safety of the womb and the freedom of the forest. The first breeze touches their ears, and for the first time, they truly begin their life as creatures of the wild, standing on the edge of the great, green expanse that will one day be their own. The first journey on mother's back. The threshold of the pouch is finally crossed, and the young opossums emerge into the vast, shimmering mystery of the night. For weeks, they had only known the warm, confined safety of their mother's body. But now, the world opens up in a cascade of new sensations. The air is cool against their developing fur, and the forest, once just a muffled collection of sounds, is now a vivid, towering landscape of shadow and starlight. They are clumsy and small, their movements still dictated by the instinct to cling. But the curiosity inherent in their nature begins to flicker, pulling them forward to explore the strange, new reality that surrounds them. The transition from the interior of the pouch to the mother's back is a masterclass in attachment. As the mother moves, she offers a steady, reliable surface, a living saddle of fur. The young ones, sensing the instability of the open air, instinctively reach out with their tiny, dexterous hands and wrap their tails around the mother's base. They learn quickly that to hold on is to survive. This is their first lesson in the way of the forest. The mother is the anchor, the path, and the protector. They press their bodies against her, finding a sense of security in her familiar heartbeat and the steady, rhythmic gait that carries them deeper into the woods. As the mother begins to travel through the understory, the young ones experience the forest in motion. They sway with her as she steps over tangled roots and navigates the thick carpet of decaying leaves. Above them, the branches of the oaks and maples form a moving canopy, a shifting puzzle of light and shadow that keeps them captivated. They feel the texture of the bark as she brushes past a tree trunk, and they sense the change in air pressure as she descends into a low, damp ravine. Every movement is a sensory overload, a rapid-fire lesson in topography that maps the terrain directly into their growing minds. The scents of the forest become their primary guide. While they are still learning to identify the source of each aroma, they are beginning to categorize the world through their noses. There is the sharp, metallic tang of the nearby stream, the sweet, earthy musk of damp soil, and the faint, flowery perfume of the late spring blooms. Each scent tells a story of what lies ahead or what has recently passed. The mother's own scent remains the primary beacon, a comforting, constant presence that cuts through the complexity of the night air, grounding them in the midst of a world that feels suddenly, wonderfully limitless. Watching the night from their vantage point, the young ones become silent, observant pupils. They track the movement of fireflies blinking in the grass and the distant, sweeping wings of an owl passing overhead. They see the forest not as a collection of dangers, but as a place of endless, pulsing life. They are learning the language of the woods, the stillness that precedes a breeze, the rustle that signals a small insect, and the dark, hollow spaces that promise a safe place to hide. They are no longer just passengers. They are becoming part of the nighttime itself, their small, wide-eyed faces reflecting the silver light of the moon. As the season shifts toward the warmth of summer, these nightly journeys grow longer and more frequent. The young opossums are gaining strength, their grip becoming firmer and their coordination more refined. They are beginning to understand the rhythm of their mother's life, anticipating her stops and starts, and moving in harmony with her steady pace. The forest, once a vast and intimidating unknown, is slowly becoming a landscape of familiar pathways. With every mile they travel, they are shedding their vulnerability and stepping into their roles as the next generation of silent, nocturnal wanderers, carried forward by the patient strength of the one who brought them into the light, moving quietly through the trees. The art of movement for an opossum is defined by deliberate, measured caution. Unlike the erratic, swift darts of smaller mammals, the opossum's gait is a study in steady persistence. Even as they grow more confident, their travel remains a slow walk, a rhythmic placement of paws that prioritizes stability over speed. They test the ground with every step, feeling the texture of the soil or the moss beneath them. This slow-motion approach is not born of hesitation, but of deep, ancient wisdom. By moving slowly, they remain quiet, and by remaining quiet, they remain invisible. They are the ghosts of the forest, slipping through the underbrush without disturbing a single leaf or snapping a single dry twig. The prehensile tail is the secret to their mastery of the vertical world. When the mother leads her young into the trees, the tail becomes a fifth limb, acting as a constant stabilizer. As they climb, it curls around a branch, providing an extra point of security that allows them to reach for the next hold with confidence. For the young ones, learning to use this appendage is a rite of passage. They practice curling and uncurling, feeling the tension of their muscles against the bark. It is a natural reflex, a piece of biological engineering that makes them perfectly suited for a life suspended between the earth and the canopy, turning every tree into a highway of possibilities. Crossing the branches requires a delicate balance of weight and movement. The opossum moves across the swaying limbs with a fluid grace, its body low to the wood, its claws finding purchase in the rough texture of the bark. There is a beautiful, rhythmic oscillation to their climb, a stretch, a grip, and a steady pull. When a branch becomes too thin or precarious, the opossum simply shifts its path, displaying a remarkable ability to read the structural integrity of the wood. They do not fight the tree, they flow with it, using the natural architecture of the forest to navigate from one point to another without ever needing to touch the ground. Descending is often the most cautious part of the journey. To reach the forest floor, they rely on a downward-facing approach, their rear feet turned outward to lock onto the bark, providing a controlled descent. The young ones, still adjusting to the height, watch their mother intently, mimicking her careful movements. They learn to feel the vibrations of the tree, sensing whether the trunk is sturdy or hollow, ancient or young. As they reach the soft, leaf-covered ground, they land with a softness that is almost imperceptible, The transition from the high, airy canopy to the dark, sheltered floor is seamless, demonstrating their versatility as creatures that belong to both heights and depths. At times, the path requires a swim. While they are not aquatic mammals by nature, opossums are surprisingly capable in the water if the need arises. Should a stream block their way or a flooded gully present an obstacle, they enter the water with a calm, paddling stroke, their tails acting as rudders. They move through the water with the same steady, focused demeanor they apply to the land, their eyes scanning the banks for a place to climb out. These short, infrequent swims are just another testament to their resilience, a reminder that the environment is merely a space to be navigated, and they are equipped with the skills to overcome almost any natural barrier. As the first long journey concludes, the young opossums settle back into the quiet shelter of their den. The lessons of the night have been learned: how to walk without sound, how to trust the grip of their tails, and how to read the landscape. The forest is vast, but it no longer feels like a labyrinth. It feels like home. They curl up together, the mother providing a warm, protective barrier, and as they drift into sleep, they carry with them the physical memory of the climb and the swim. They are maturing with every excursion, their bodies and minds sharpening for the life that awaits them under the vast, watchful eyes of the stars. The quiet sounds of the night. The world of the opossum is one of subtle nuances, a soundscape that exists just beneath the threshold of human hearing. They are not creatures of loud vocalizations. Their communication is an exercise in restraint and intimacy. Within the family unit, they use a series of soft, gentle clicks and breathy hisses to signal presence or concern. These sounds are not meant to carry across the forest, but rather to bridge the small gap between mother and young, a private language of touch and soft, rhythmic noise that reinforces their bond and keeps the group aligned in the vast, shifting shadows of the woods. When the mother needs to call her young or signal a change in direction, she emits a low, churring sound, a soft vibration that travels through the air like a secret. It is a comforting frequency, one that the young have learned to recognize even amidst the ambient noise of the wind in the branches or the distant rush of water. This signal cuts through the night with a gentle authority. It is a reminder that they are part of a whole, a tether that keeps them connected as they move through the maze of the forest, ensuring that no one is left behind as they navigate the complexities of the landscape. The young ones, in turn, have their own ways of responding. As they grow and their independence increases, they begin to mimic the subtle cues of their mother. You might hear the faint, high-pitched vocalizations of a young opossum if it loses its grip for a moment or feels a surge of excitement as it discovers a new scent. These are short, bird-like chirps, soft and fleeting. They are the sounds of curiosity, the vocal manifestations of a creature discovering the world for the first time. It is a delicate, musical chatter that vanishes as quickly as it appears, swallowed by the immense, expectant silence of the trees. Body language, however, is the primary way they communicate their intentions and states of mind. The position of the ears, the tension in the tail, and the way they arch their backs provide a rich, silent narrative to those who know how to look. A slight tilt of the head indicates interest. A stiffening of the fur suggests caution. They are masters of the unspoken, using the geometry of their own forms to navigate social dynamics and react to the presence of other creatures. In the dark, where sight is limited, these movements serve as a silent, expressive dance, allowing them to convey vast amounts of information without ever making a sound that might betray their position. Silence is their greatest survival skill. They understand that in the forest, sound is an invitation to attention, and attention is often a risk. By embracing silence, they blend into the environment, becoming an extension of the trees and the shadows. This is not a forced, unnatural quiet. but an effortless state of being. They move, eat, and rest with an inherent stillness that makes them nearly impossible to track. It is this commitment to the quiet that has allowed them to thrive for millions of years, a testament to the idea that true strength often lies in the ability to pass through the world without leaving a trace. As another night begins, the forest seems to acknowledge their presence with its own deep silence. The opossum family emerges, a small, quiet procession moving through the undergrowth. There is a profound sense of harmony in their movements, a synchronization that speaks of long hours of shared experience. They move into the night, guided by the unseen currents of the woods, their communication a blend of soft, internal cues and a shared, overarching respect for the quietude of their home. Every rustle is intentional, every movement is measured, and every night is another chapter in the long, calm story of their lives. Searching for food as the moon reaches its zenith, the nightly hunt, or more accurately, the nightly forage, begins in earnest. For the opossum, the forest is a bountiful storehouse, provided one knows where to look. They are nature's great opportunists, possessing a palate as versatile as their habitat. This is the time when the forest floor comes alive with the rustle of their searching. They move with a deliberate, rooting motion, their sensitive noses pressed close to the earth, turning over damp leaves and decaying debris with their dexterous front paws, always on the lookout for the small, hidden life that sustains them. Their diet is a reflection of the forest's diversity. In these early summer nights, they gravitate toward the sweet, seasonal offerings of the land. They are especially fond of wild fruits, fallen berries, soft crab apples, or the succulent pulp of late-blooming blossoms. They eat with a slow, meticulous care, savoring the sweetness, their jaws working rhythmically. This foraging is a peaceful endeavor. There is no competition for status, only the quiet, focused satisfaction of finding a meal that provides the energy needed for another night of exploration. It is a simple, primal pleasure, deeply connected to the cycle of the seasons. Beyond the fruits of the trees, the opossum plays a vital role as a scavenger. They are remarkably efficient at finding the small insects, beetles, and snails that dwell in the leaf litter. These little creatures are a source of essential nutrients, and the opossum cleans them from the forest floor with surprising speed. They are, in many ways, the cleanup crew of the woods, helping to recycle organic matter and keeping the undergrowth healthy. They move from one patch of ground to the next, a silent, methodical presence that ensures nothing goes to waste in their small corner of the world. Occasionally, their search brings them upon a more substantial treat, a nest of eggs hidden in the tall grass or a bit of carrion left behind by the day's scavengers. They approach these finds with a cautious, almost reverent air. Their digestive systems are remarkably hardy, allowing them to process a wide array of foods that would be off-limits to more specialized animals. This resilience is their greatest strength, ensuring that even when food is scarce, they can adapt, finding sustenance in things that others overlook. It is a lesson in contentment, finding enough to thrive without ever needing to take more than is necessary. This foraging behavior is the key to their ecological value. By thinning out populations of insects and cleaning up the debris of the forest, they keep the balance of their habitat in check. They perform this duty without fanfare, motivated only by the simple need to eat. As they move through the night, they are quietly maintaining the health of the woods, an invisible force for order in the messy, bustling complexity of the natural world. They are the gardeners of the night, tending to the soil and the shade, their presence a silent contribution to the vitality of the landscape. As the first faint light of dawn begins to tint the horizon in shades of violet and gray, the opossum's work comes to an end. They have traveled miles, their bellies are full, and their curiosity is sated. With the sun's rising, the forest prepares for the noisy, energetic life of the day, but the opossum is already retreating. They head back toward their dens, moving into the shadows before the light can fully take hold. They return to the comfort of their hollow logs and quiet retreats, ending their shift just as the world of men and birds begins to wake. It is a perfect, cyclical completion, a return to the safety of home before the new day truly starts. A meal beneath the moonlight. The selection of food is never a hurried process for the opossum. It is an art of patience, a sensory evaluation conducted in the cool, clear air of a moonlit evening. Standing atop a moss-covered log, the opossum pauses to sample the breeze, its nose twitching with rhythmic precision. It detects the faint, sweet scent of overripe blackberries nearby, and the musk of a beetle hiding beneath a rotting layer of bark. With a calm, measured stride, it chooses the path that promises the most nourishment. It does not act out of frantic hunger, but out of a deep-seated confidence in the forest's ability to provide, a confidence earned through countless nights of successful foraging. Once a meal is secured, the opossum utilizes its remarkably specialized teeth. With a focused, deliberate bite, it handles its food with a dexterity that is almost refined. It holds larger morsels in its front paws, peeling back the tough exterior of a fruit or investigating the shell of a snail with its nimble, grasping fingers. The crunching sounds are soft, barely audible over the rustle of the wind in the canopy above. There is a sense of quiet satisfaction in this process, a moment of stillness where the creature is entirely absorbed in the act of sustenance. It eats with a clean, efficient style, leaving very little behind. A tidy visitor in the grand house of the woods. Eating in the dark is an exercise in mindfulness. The opossum does not bolt its meal. It rests on its haunches, alert but at ease, its ears rotating slightly to monitor the surrounding environment. It consumes its food with a steady, unhurried pace, appearing as though it has all the time in the world. In these quiet minutes, the forest seems to grow even stiller around it. The moonlight filters through the leaves in patches of silver, illuminating the creature's face as it chews. It is a peaceful, grounded image, a living being completely in sync with its surroundings, taking what it needs from the earth and returning to the shadows once the appetite is met. After the meal, there follows a period of quiet digestion and reflection. The opossum often finds a flat, sheltered spot, perhaps a wide branch or a quiet patch of grass, to settle down and groom. It meticulously cleans its paws, running its slender fingers through its fur, ensuring that its coat remains clean and its senses remain sharp. This is a time of restoration. The energy from the meal begins to circulate, and the opossum's posture softens. It is not ready for the deep sleep of the day just yet, but it enjoys this interlude, a brief pause in the movement of the night where the only priority is its own comfort and well-being. As the night deepens, the air begins to take on the subtle, crisp quality of the coming season. The opossum senses this shift in the atmosphere, a quiet transition from the heat of summer to the milder, more expectant days of early autumn. The foraging trips become a little more focused, as if the creature knows that the abundance of the forest is starting to reach its peak. It prepares itself, not through frantic hoarding, but through steady, consistent gathering, building its strength for the cooler, darker nights that lie ahead. The forest feels different now, charged with the anticipation of change, and the opossum moves through it with the steady grace of one who understands the seasonal clock. High above, the first few leaves of the season begin to flutter toward the forest floor, landing with a soft, dry whisper. The opossum watches one drift down, its gaze tracking the movement with idle curiosity. The rhythm of the woods is changing, the vibrant pulse of spring and summer slowing into the golden, meditative reflective pace of autumn. The opossum accepts this shift as naturally as it accepts the turning of the moon. It continues its journey, moving between the trees and the cooling ground, perfectly content in the knowledge that no matter how the seasons shift, the forest will continue to provide, and the night will always hold a place for the quiet wanderer. The years of maturity. As the cycles of the year turn, the young opossums have reached the threshold of adulthood. The time they spent under their mother's watchful gaze has passed, and they have grown into independent, solitary figures of the night. The forest, once a space they navigated as a cohesive family, now becomes a territory for each of them to claim. This transition is not a sudden rupture, but a natural unfolding, a slow departure from the protective, familiar paths of their youth toward the uncharted corners of their world. They are now fully grown, their coats thick and silver-tipped, their senses sharpened by the accumulation of 1,000 quiet, nocturnal lessons. Independence brings with it a newfound sense of purpose. Each opossum now selects its own domain, a stretch of woodland or a complex of garden edges that it calls its own. They move through these areas with a proprietary confidence, knowing the location of every hollow log, every streamside berry patch, and every safe, hidden retreat. This shift toward a solitary existence is the true essence of their nature. They are not creatures designed for the complexities of social hierarchy or communal living. They are designed for the singular, focused life of the individual wanderer, finding wholeness in their own quiet movement through the dark. Facing the changing seasons requires a different kind of strength now. When the autumn turns to the bite of winter, the maturing opossum relies entirely on its own gathered wisdom. It knows how to find the warmest dens and how to conserve its energy during the frost-heavy nights. It has weathered enough storms to understand the language of the clouds and the shifting winds. There is a deep, quiet resilience in the way it approaches these challenges, not by fighting the cold, but by working around it, finding pockets of warmth and shelter that have kept its ancestors safe through countless winters. The nights become a rhythm of solitude, but never of loneliness. The opossum finds companionship in the landscape itself, the familiar creak of a specific tree, the comforting splash of a stream it has visited many times, and the predictable patterns of the nocturnal insects that provide its steady food source. It exists in a state of profound engagement with the natural world. Every night is an opportunity to refine its path, to discover a new shortcut through the brambles, or to watch the moon rise over a different section of the forest. Its life is a continuous exploration, a series of small, meaningful discoveries made in the quietest hours of existence. With maturity comes the inevitable return of the biological cycle. The sense of spring, carried on a warmer breeze, signal that the time for the next generation is approaching. The mature opossum feels the pull of this ancient, deep-seated instinct. It begins to move differently, its path crossing with others of its kind in the soft, misty hours of twilight. It is a time of brief, intense connection, a momentary meeting of paths before the return to the familiar comfort of solitude. The cycle is calling, and the mature opossum, now fully part of the rhythm of the woods, responds with the steady, instinctual grace that has defined its lineage for millions of years. The years of maturity are the heart of the opossum's life. It is a time of peak fitness, a time when the body and the environment are in perfect dialogue. The creature knows its limits and its strengths, and it uses them to lead a life that is both humble and remarkably successful. It is a master of its own destiny, thriving in the spaces that others ignore, perfectly content to be a silent, silver-furred shadow beneath the moon. As it moves through the trees, it embodies the spirit of the forest itself, resilient, ever-changing, and deeply, quietly at peace with the life it has chosen. When male and female meet, the air of early spring carries a subtle, intoxicating change. It is an alchemy of melting frost, damp soil, and the return of life, and for the mature opossum, it is a signal that the solitude of winter is ending. The forest floor, once silent and frozen, is now vibrant with the sense of renewal. These chemical messages, carried on the nocturnal breezes, act as a map for the wandering adults. The opossum, typically a master of seclusion, begins to move with a different intent. It is an ancient, biological rhythm, a pull as natural as the turning of the tide, drawing the solitary individuals out of their dens and into the soft, misty twilight. Meetings in the night are brief and ethereal. There is a delicate tension in these encounters, a cautious dance of identification and awareness. As a male and female cross paths, they pause, their whiskers twitching in the cool air, their ears angled to capture every movement. There is no aggression here, only a silent acknowledgement of the shared instinct that has brought them together under the silver moonlight. They are two shadows merging for a fleeting moment, guided by the imperative that ensures the continuity of their kind. The forest seems to hold its breath during these quiet moments of connection, respecting the necessity of the cycle. This mating season is remarkably short, a brief window of time before the forest returns to its usual, solitary quiet. Once the biological requirement is met, the connection dissolves as naturally as it formed. There is no long-term partnership, no family structure beyond the mother and her future young. The male, having fulfilled his role, drifts back into the depths of his own territory, returning to the life of the wanderer. The female, now carrying the seeds of the next generation, retreats to the safety of her chosen den. Both return to the solitude they know best, their paths diverging under the vast, indifferent canopy of the stars. The beginning of the pregnancy is a time of increased caution for the female. She becomes even more deliberate in her movements, prioritizing safety and efficiency in her nightly foraging. She moves with a grace that seems to account for the life growing within her, choosing paths that are known and secure. Her world narrows to the essentials: food, warmth, and the stability of her favorite, hidden hollows. She is a vessel of potential, carrying the future of her lineage through the dark, her every action governed by the same deep, instinctual wisdom that guided her own mother. For the male, the season of meeting is followed by a period of quiet, reflective wandering. He reclaims his domain, patrolling the familiar boundaries of his territory, checking the state of his various dens, and resuming the steady, rhythmic life of the solitary male. There is a satisfaction in this return, a reconnection with the stillness of the woods. He is a ghost among the trees once more, his presence barely felt, his life defined by the simple, honorable pursuit of existence. He has played his part in the grand, endless story of the forest, and he is content to remain a silent witness to its unfolding. As the nights progress and the warmth of spring truly takes hold, both the male and the female drift back into their separate, harmonious lives. They are two threads in the same tapestry, woven briefly together before continuing their individual patterns across the landscape. The anticipation of the new birth is shared by the forest itself, which prepares to welcome another generation into its verdant embrace. The opossum accepts this fleeting connection and the following solitude with a quiet, natural grace, knowing that in the rhythm of the wild, everything has its time, and everything, in its own way, is part of the whole. A new generation begins. The cycle of life in the forest is as inevitable as the rising of the moon. Deep within the heart of the woods, in a den lined with the softest moss and dry, sun-warmed leaves, a new chapter is written. The female, now having completed her period of gestation, welcomes her young into the world. It is a quiet, profound moment of birth, occurring in the safety of the dark. Once again, the miracle of the marsupial beginning repeats itself, the tiny, struggling journey toward the pouch, the instinctual search for warmth, and the latching onto the life-giving source that will sustain them through their most fragile weeks. The pouch soon becomes a bustling, secret center of activity. To an observer, the mother appears unchanged, moving through the woods with her characteristic, measured pace, yet she is carrying a hidden abundance. Her body is a living cradle, providing the perfect environment for the new generation to thrive. She is the constant provider, her movements guided by a heightened sense of vigilance. Every step she takes is tempered by the knowledge of the life she shields, an invisible weight that only deepens her connection to the earth and the nocturnal rhythm of her home. This maternal care is tireless and absolute. Whether she is foraging in the thickets or resting in a sun-dappled hollow during the day, her focus is entirely on the well-being of her young. She keeps herself clean and healthy, ensuring that her milk is rich and her energy reserves are high. There is a deep, instinctual devotion in her silent labor. She does not complain, nor does she rest beyond what is necessary. She moves through the night with a steady, enduring strength, a testament to the fact that the survival of the species depends on this quiet, persistent act of nurture. As the days turn into weeks, the first signs of movement begin to ripple through the pouch. The mother feels the subtle kicks and the shift of growing bodies, the undeniable proof that the new generation is gaining strength. She often stops to groom, her dexterous hands gently pressing against the pouch, a touch that serves as both a comfort and a check. This is the stage where the young are most protected, shielded from the cold, the predators, and the harshness of the forest, nurtured entirely by the steady, biological alchemy of their mother's body. The growth is rapid, a steady progression toward the day they will emerge. They are developing their senses, their reflexes, and their curiosity, all within the safe harbor of the pouch. They are learning the rhythm of the mother's heartbeat, the cadence of her steps, and the scent of the forest that seeps through the fur. They are building the foundation of their lives, preparing for the moment they will step out and see the world for themselves. Each passing night is a step closer to the day the pouch opens, a day that marks the beginning of their own individual stories. The cycle continues with a sense of perfect, natural order. While the story of the mother began years ago, she is now the veteran, the one who carries the torch forward. She moves through the forest with a wisdom born of experience, her presence a bridge between the past and the future. As she rests in the silence of the night, watching the moon trace its path across the sky, she is the guardian of a new beginning. Life, in all its resilience and quiet wonder, moves forward, proving once again that the forest is never truly empty, and the night is always, in some hidden way, a place of birth and renewal, a summer filled with discovery. The warmth of summer has fully settled over the landscape, transforming the forest into a lush, vibrant world of emerald leaves and hidden life. For the growing young who have now left the pouch to travel upon their mother's back, this season is a long, sun-drenched, and moon-kissed adventure. Every night brings a new landscape to explore. They are no longer confined to the darkness of a den. They are active participants in the nightly harvest. As they roam, they learn the secrets of the terrain, the best berry patches, the most reliable insect trails, and the deepest, most refreshing pools of the stream. Discovery is the theme of these long, humid nights. They learn to identify the subtle differences in the scent of an oak tree compared to a maple, and they learn which types of fallen fruit are sweetest to the taste. They practice their climbing skills on the sturdy, low-hanging branches of the hawthorn and the willow, their movements becoming more confident and agile with every passing hour. They are a curious, inquisitive lot, their whiskers constantly twitching as they sample the rich, heavy air of the summer forest. They are living in a world of plenty, and they take full advantage of the bounty that the season provides. Finding food has become a game of skill and timing. They shadow their mother, watching her techniques and mimicking her patience. When she pauses to turn over a rock to find a cluster of beetles, they are right there, eager to learn and ready to feast. They are mastering the art of the nocturnal forage, learning to balance the need for nourishment with the necessity of remaining undetected. They are becoming more independent, their paws moving with a quick, dexterous precision that mirrors the efficiency of their mother. It is a time of rapid growth, where the playful energy of youth is being tempered by the hard-won skills of survival. Avoiding danger is an essential lesson in their summer education. The forest is full of sounds and shadows that can mean a threat: the sudden rustle of a predator, the sharp snap of a branch under a heavy weight, or the unsettling presence of something larger moving through the dark. They have learned to read the mother's silence, a sudden stillness that communicates more than any alarm could. They freeze where they are, blending into the dappled light of the forest floor, becoming as motionless as the stones and the logs around them. It is a silent, instinctive cooperation that keeps them safe in a world that is not always gentle. Living alongside humans has also become a part of their existence. The edges of the forest often bleed into the edges of human backyards and quiet suburban gardens. The young opossums learn the rhythms of this secondary world: the soft, glowing porch lights, the scent of a garden compost pile, and the safe, sheltered crawl spaces beneath tool sheds. They have learned to tread lightly in these areas, sensing the presence of larger, faster creatures, the domestic dog or the prowling cat. They adapt, as their ancestors have for generations, finding ways to turn the leftovers of human life into a source of survival, always remaining on the fringes, always keeping their distance. As the years pass and the summer nights fade into the crisp, golden promise of autumn, these young ones transform. They are no longer the tiny, clinging infants of the spring. They are becoming the masters of their own territory. Their summer of discovery has forged them into capable, resilient adults. They have seen the forest in its abundance and learned how to navigate its challenges. As they move through the trees, they carry with them the weight of their experiences and the confidence of the well-traveled. They are the forest's newest generation, ready to take their place in the cycle, their lives continuing the steady, quiet march of the opossum through the turning of the seasons. The cycle of the seasons. The natural world is governed by a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat, and for the opossum, life is a constant navigation of this seasonal pulse. Spring begins with the urgency of renewal, a time of waking up and starting anew. Summer follows with its abundance, a period of strength and expansion. But as the year progresses toward the later chapters, the atmosphere shifts. The air loses its humid weight, becoming crisp and thin. The deep green of the forest begins to retreat, yielding to the fiery oranges and muted browns of autumn. The opossum feels these shifts in its very bones. It is a signal that the time for active exploration is naturally balancing with the need for preparation. Autumn brings a golden, meditative quality to the woods. The nights grow longer, and the forest floor becomes a crackling mosaic of fallen leaves. This is a time of quiet reflection. The opossum spends its hours in the cooling air, moving through the trees with a newfound, steady deliberation. There is a sense of completion in the way it travels, an awareness that the year's harvest has been gathered, and the energy of the earth is turning inward. The forest is preparing for its winter sleep, and the opossum moves in harmony with this change, choosing its dens with greater care, seeking out the nooks that will offer the most protection against the coming chill. Winter arrives as a period of profound stillness. The forest transforms into a monochromatic landscape of stark branches and quiet, frozen earth. For the opossum, This is the ultimate test of its adaptability. It spends longer periods tucked away in the deepest recesses of its hollows, its metabolism slowing to match the pace of the hibernating woods. It is a time of conservation, a time to rest and dream in the dark. The world outside may be harsh, but inside the den, there is a core of warmth. The creature remains tethered to the rhythm of the season, waiting with the infinite patience of one who has seen the winter pass a dozen times before. As the frost eventually gives way to the first tentative warmth of spring, the cycle completes its turn. The return of life is not a jarring event, but a gradual, gentle unfolding. The first songs of the returning birds, the first swelling of buds on the maples, and the softening of the frozen ground are all cues that the opossum understands perfectly. It emerges from its winter retreat, a little slower perhaps, but with a spirit that is as resilient as ever. The return of the light is a promise fulfilled, and the opossum resumes its place in the woods, ready to witness the turning of the wheel once more. With each completed cycle, time begins to leave its mark. The opossum's coat may have lost some of its youthful luster, and its movements have taken on a more measured, economical quality. It no longer needs to climb to the highest, thinnest branches. It knows the paths that are safer and the hollows that are most secure. The years of experience have refined its approach to life. It has learned that there is no need to rush, that the forest will always provide, and that the true beauty of the woods lies in the simple, ongoing act of existence. It moves with a quiet, dignified ease, a testament to the wisdom that only time can provide. This transition into the later years is not a decline, but a deepening of its connection to the forest. It has become an integral part of the landscape, a piece of the scenery as permanent as the ancient oaks or the winding stream. It has participated in the great, endless movement of the seasons, contributing to the life of the woods while drawing its own sustenance from them. The opossum stands as a silent chronicler of the passage of time, a creature whose very existence is a celebration of the endurance of the natural world, moving through the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter with the calm, unwavering spirit of the wild, the wisdom of the night wanderer. The later years of an opossum's life are defined by a quiet, rhythmic grace. The urgency of youth, which once drove it to explore every corner of the canopy, has mellowed into a refined understanding of the forest's secrets. It moves with a slower, more deliberate gait, its paws finding the familiar roots and hollows with a certainty that only decades of experience can provide. It no longer needs to hunt for the optimal path. Its body has memorized the terrain, and its mind trusts in the safety of its long-established routes. There is a profound, meditative quality to its movements now, a sense that it is no longer just traveling through the woods, but moving in perfect, silent unison with them. Wisdom in the wild is measured by the ability to thrive while conserving strength. The older opossum has mastered this economy of effort. It chooses its paths based on a deep, instinctual map that favors shelter and low-energy foraging. It knows exactly where the warmest microclimates are during a sudden dip in temperature, and which hollow logs provide the best insulation from the biting wind. Every action is calculated for maximum safety and comfort. This is not a life of diminished activity, but one of heightened perception. It sees and hears more by doing less, observing the subtle shifts in the forest atmosphere that younger creatures might overlook. The paths it chooses now are the safest ones, avoiding the treacherous, thin-branched heights for the more stable, reliable cover of the dense understory. It has learned that the best vantage point is often a quiet, shadowed nook near a reliable food source, rather than a frantic climb to the treetops. It spends more time in periods of quiet rest, curled in the dim, protective sanctuary of a cedar hollow or a well-hidden brush pile. These moments of stillness are not signs of weakness, but of profound contentment, a time to observe the world without the need to actively intervene, to feel the pulse of the forest and know itself to be a part of it. Nights have become even quieter, more serene affairs. The opossum moves through the dark like a soft, silver-furred ghost, its presence almost entirely untethered from the world of noise and disturbance. It has developed a way of foraging that is so subtle it leaves no trace, a gentle gathering that respects the balance of the forest. It is a master of the low-profile existence, a creature that has stripped away all unnecessary movement to reveal the purest form of survival. In this silence, it finds a clarity that is rarely touched by the passing of time, a deep-seated peace that comes from knowing exactly who it is and where it belongs. The journey nears its conclusion, not with a sense of suddenness, but as a gradual settling into the earth. The opossum recognizes the subtle signs of its own slowing rhythm, the need for longer periods of recovery, the preference for the most sheltered dens, and the deep, abiding comfort of the familiar. It has lived a life that is a testament to the success of its design, a design that has lasted since the dawn of the continents. It has fulfilled its biological purpose and witnessed the turning of the seasons until they have become a part of its own essence. There is no anxiety in this transition, only a quiet acceptance of the natural flow of time. In these final, golden years, the opossum serves as the forest's elder. It has seen generations of offspring set out into the night, watched the trees grow and fall, and felt the climate shift through countless iterations of the year. Its presence is a stabilizing force, a link to the deep history of the woods. It moves through the shadows with the steady, unbothered confidence of a creature that has mastered the art of being. It is the wisdom of the night wanderer, a calm, enduring spirit that has found its home not just in a den or a forest, but in the timeless, endless cycle of life itself. The last night among the trees. The air tonight is filled with an unusual, velvet stillness, as if the forest itself is pausing to observe the passage of time. A gentle, cooling breeze sighs through the canopy, carrying the familiar sense of damp earth and the sweet, fading perfume of the season's final blooms. The moon is full, casting a clear, silver light that turns every leaf and twig into a piece of delicate, glowing silver. For our quiet traveler, the night feels different, a little lighter, a little more expansive. It moves with a familiar grace, yet every step is taken with a sense of profound completion. A slow, deliberate walk through a world it has known and cherished for a lifetime. High above, the moon watches over the silent woods, its light bathing the old opossum in a soft, ethereal glow. There is no urgency in its movements tonight, no need to forage or hunt. Instead, it seems to be paying a final, appreciative visit to the landmarks of its existence. It pauses near the base of an ancient, sprawling maple, a tree that has provided shelter through countless storms, and rests its silver-tipped head against the bark. There is a sense of gratitude in the way it lingers, a silent farewell to the wood and the stone that have been its steadfast companions. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated peace. This final walk is not a struggle, it is a homecoming. The forest, which once felt vast and full of mysteries to be solved, now feels like a warm, encompassing embrace. Every rustle of the leaves sounds like a greeting, and every shadow feels like a familiar friend. The opossum drifts through the undergrowth, its movements fluid and unburdened. It knows the secrets of the dark, and tonight, the dark seems to reach back, acknowledging the long, faithful journey of this small, resilient life. There is a quiet, natural beauty in the way the creature navigates these last few pathways, with the wisdom of the years etched into every gesture. As the body begins to slow, the opossum finds a secluded, sheltered hollow tucked deep within a bed of dry, fragrant leaves. It is a spot it has visited many times before, a place of total security and stillness. It curls its body into the shape that has been its signature for so long, tucking its nose against its chest and letting its long, tired tail wrap gently around its frame. The internal warmth of the den is a comforting barrier against the cool night air. The heavy, restless energy of a long life is finally fading, replaced by a deep, hollow silence that is not cold or frightening, but soft and remarkably profound. The transition is as natural as the setting of the sun or the closing of a flower at dusk. There is no resistance, only a final, gentle release. The forest outside continues its rhythmic pulse, the nocturnal breeze, the steady drip of dew, and the distant, lonely call of a night bird. But inside the hollow, the world has become quiet and perfectly still. It is a natural farewell, a return of a single, small life to the vast, living tapestry from which it emerged so long ago. The opossum has played its part, leaving its quiet mark on the earth, and now it rests in the safety of its home. The forest eventually falls into a deep, heavy silence. The moonlight continues to shift across the floor, painting patterns of light and shadow, indifferent to the loss of a single soul, yet somehow honoring the life that has been lived. The trees stand as sentinels, their branches swaying in the rhythm of the wind, and the world moves forward. The opossum is gone, but the forest remains, the home that nourished, protected, and witnessed the entirety of its life. It is a peaceful final chapter, leaving behind only the memory of a shadow passing quietly through the trees. A small, silver spirit finally at rest. Life never truly stops. The passing of one life is but a soft rustle in the ongoing symphony of the forest. Where there was once a singular traveler, the woods now hum with the energy of the descendants who share this domain. The young ones who once clung to the mother's back are now the architects of their own journeys, fully grown and masterfully navigating the same tangled pathways their ancestors walked. They are the living legacy of the forest, the active, moving evidence that the story of the opossum is one of perpetual endurance. They do not mourn, they persist, their presence a quiet testament to the resilience of their lineage. The forest itself carries on, unchanged and ever renewing. The ancient oaks continue to stretch their limbs toward the starlight, and the streams continue their tireless, rhythmic journey toward the river. Every hollow log that falls to the floor is soon replaced by the growth of a sapling, and every den that is vacated is eventually claimed by a new, curious inhabitant. The cycle of the woods is a powerful, self-sustaining loop, an endless dance where every ending is simply a space cleared for a new beginning. The life that once thrived here remains woven into the very fabric of the landscape, part of the earth and the roots of the trees. Another spring arrives with a soft, persistent warmth. The ice on the stream melts, and the first green buds of the maples begin to unfurl, thirsty for the light. It is a time of immense, quiet potential. Deep in the heart of the woods, the air is thick with the scent of wet earth and the stirrings of life. A new female, sleek and full of the vitality of maturity, finds the same protected hollow that had sheltered her ancestors. She cleans it with a gentle precision, her nest building a ritual that echoes through generations, a behavior as old as the mountains themselves. The night falls with a familiar, soothing hush. It is another quiet night, yet it feels entirely new. The forest is a place of endless variations on the same beautiful theme, the same silver moonlight, the same cooling breeze, and the same mysterious, rhythmic pulse of the wild. To the observer, it might seem as though nothing has changed, but the forest knows better. It knows that every single night carries its own story, its own small triumphs, and its own unique beauty. The world of the opossum is a world of constant motion, hidden in plain sight, governed by the wisdom of the wild. In the safety of her den, the mother begins a new family. There is a profound, instinctual beauty in this unfolding, the arrival of the tiny, fragile newborns, the race to the pouch, and the quiet weeks of growth in the dark. It is the beginning of another cycle, a fresh start that feels as vital and miraculous as it did the first time. The forest embraces this new life, offering the same shelter, the same bounty, and the same quiet pathways. The legacy of the silver-furred wanderer continues, a thread of life that remains unbroken, threading its way through the centuries, through the storms, and through the changing seasons. It is an endless circle, one that defies the constraints of time. Life does not truly stop. It only shifts its shape, moving from the old to the new, from the known to the unknown. The forest understands this better than any of its inhabitants. It holds the memories of all who have passed through it, while simultaneously opening its arms to all who have yet to arrive. The opossum story is a fundamental part of this land, a small but essential rhythm in the great, grand pulse of the earth. As long as the woods stand, the quiet hidden life of the opossum will continue to unfold. Night after glorious night, when the moon returns to the same place, the night is once again bathed in that familiar, cool glow of a high-hanging spring moon. A gentle, whispering breeze drifts through the treetops, carrying the unmistakable scent of damp soil and the sweet, budding promise of a new season. The forest stands in its ancient, quiet majesty, a sanctuary of shadow and light that feels as timeless as the stars themselves. Everything is in its place. The stream hums its steady, low-frequency song over the river stones, and the nocturnal chorus of crickets provides a soft, rhythmic heartbeat to the darkness. Nature is in perfect, unhurried balance, waiting for the story to begin anew. Near the base of a silver maple, where the roots form a natural, mossy alcove, a tiny, tentative shadow appears. It is small, no larger than a fallen leaf, and it moves with a fragile, hesitant curiosity. This is a young opossum, barely out on its own, taking its very first steps into the vast, open theater of the woods. It pauses, its nose twitching as it catches the complex, intoxicating map of scents that define its world. It is a creature of the ancient lineage, a silent explorer standing on the threshold of a lifetime of discovery, just as the story began so many seasons ago. The breeze picks up, rustling the leaves and carrying the faint, alluring perfume of the season's first wildflowers. The young wanderer turns its head, its ears pivoting like delicate antennae to catch the whispers of the night. It feels the cool dampness of the earth beneath its small paws and the sturdy, welcoming texture of the bark nearby. The forest feels both intimidating and deeply inviting, a place of hidden wonders and quiet safety. The young one takes another step, its movements clumsy but filled with a budding, instinctive confidence, guided by the genetic memory of millions of years. High above, the canopy of the forest seems to lean in, cradling this new generation within the safety of the trees. The woods have seen this scene countless times, yet it remains a moment of profound, quiet wonder. Every branch, every hollow, and every hidden pathway is ready, prepared to host the life that will thrive within its bounds. The cycle is complete, yet it is also wide open, a vast horizon of nights waiting to be lived, of secrets waiting to be unearthed, and of a life waiting to be defined by the simple, peaceful act of existing. Life continues in this quiet harmony, a steady, pulsing force that knows nothing of rush or regret. The young opossum moves forward, disappearing into the velvet darkness of the underbrush, becoming one with the shadows. It is a seamless transition, a small life merging with the immense, breathing reality of the forest. There is no struggle, only the gentle, persistent urge to grow, to explore, and to carry the torch forward. The balance is held, the rhythm is maintained, and the wild world remains as it has always been, an endless, beautiful cycle of being. As the moon continues its slow, majestic arc across the sky, the forest settles into a deep, comforting stillness. Beneath the canopy, in the soft, silver-lit world of the night, everything is as it should be. The story of the Virginia opossum is not one that ends, but one that simply breathes, turning the page to begin again with the rising of the moon. Under a sky filled with a billion watchful stars, the forest rests, satisfied and serene, knowing that the journey has begun once more in the quiet, hidden life of the woods. Whispers on a quiet night. The world has slipped into a deep, velvety slumber. High above the rolling hills and the hushed canopy of the forest, the moon hangs like a silver lantern, casting long, soft shadows that dance upon the forest floor. There is a profound stillness here, a kind of silence that feels heavy with peace. If you listen closely, you can hear the rhythmic pulse of the night, the faint, rhythmic rustling of dry leaves, the distant, steady murmur of a hidden stream, and the gentle sigh of a breeze weaving its way through the branches of ancient oaks. Everything is slowing down, settling into the cool embrace of the darkness. It is the perfect time for the inhabitants of the woods to emerge, those creatures who find their comfort in the quiet hours when the rest of the world is dreaming. As the dew begins to settle on the blades of grass, turning them into tiny, glistening prisms of moonlight, the forest breathes with a life that is unseen, patient, and deeply rooted in the rhythm of the earth. A white tail glimmering in the grass near the edge of a sleeping meadow, where the tall grasses meet the shadow of the thicket. Something subtle shifts. It is not the movement of a predator or the flight of an owl. It is a slow, deliberate grace. For a fleeting moment, a flash of pure, bright white appears against the deep, dark palette of the undergrowth. It is a tuft of fur, soft and thick, moving with a rhythmic, bobbing motion. It pauses, then slips gracefully behind a cluster of wild ferns, vanishing as quickly as it arrived. It is a ghost of the night, a silent voyager navigating the intricate pathways that wind through the meadow. The moonlight catches the edge of that white fur once more, a stripe, perhaps, or the tip of a magnificent, bushy tail, before it disappears entirely into the safety of the tall, swaying stalks. There is no urgency in this movement, only a calm, quiet purpose that suggests an animal entirely at home in the dark, moving with the confidence of one who knows every inch of this nocturnal landscape. Who is the visitor of the night, you might wonder, as the grass settles once again into stillness, who this graceful wanderer could be. There is a gentle mystery in that disappearing tail, a soft enigma that invites you to lower your guard and let your imagination rest. This is not a creature of chaos, but a creature of the earth, bound by the ancient cycles of the seasons. It moves with a grounded, steady gait, its senses finely tuned to the subtle vibrations of the soil and the complex map of scents that drift through the evening air. It is a striped skunk, a misunderstood architect of the night, whose life is far more tranquil and rhythmic than many would ever guess. Far from the harsh myths that often surround its name, this little traveler is simply a part of the forest's heartbeat. It is a seeker of balance, living a life of careful observation and steady persistence, moving through the world with a quiet dignity that reflects the very peace of the moonlit woods you are drifting through now. A journey through millions of years, the lineage of this small, steady wanderer stretches back through the long, winding corridors of time. Long before human voices echoed in these valleys, the ancestors of the striped skunk were already patrolling the twilight edges of their world. They have endured through shifting climates and the slow transformation of landscapes, always remaining true to their nocturnal nature. To watch one move is to witness a behavior that has been perfected over millions of years of evolution. They have thrived by being adaptable, by learning to find sustenance in the hidden corners of the earth, and by moving through life with a calm, deliberate pace. This resilience is woven into their very existence, a testament to a species that has found its perfect niche in the grand, unfolding tapestry of the natural world. As you breathe in the stillness of your own surroundings, you are sharing the space with a creature whose history is as deep and enduring as the starlight reflecting off the river. The origins and spread of the skunk. From the wide, sweeping plains to the quiet, shaded groves, the striped skunk has established its home across vast stretches of the continent. Their story is one of successful migration and quiet colonization, moving into new territories with a patient, wandering spirit. They are not creatures of speed, but of endurance. They are master navigators of the terrain, using their keen sense of smell to map out routes that take them through the most fertile, sheltering habitats. As they spread, they brought with them a sense of order to the ecosystems they touched, playing their part in the delicate dance of predator and prey, of growth and decay. They have adapted to the presence of the changing environment, yet they remain tethered to the wild, untouched rhythm of their ancestral ways. Even today, they continue to weave their quiet nocturnal paths through the edges of our world, reminding us of the wild, steady life that persists even when we are fast asleep, waiting for the coming spring. The air is cool, carrying the promise of the changing season. Deep within the earth, in a cozy, well-hidden den, the world is waiting. The striped skunk knows the signals of the turning year, the subtle shift in the wind, the changing scent of the damp soil, and the way the shadows of the moon seem to linger just a little longer. Nature is preparing for the grand renewal of spring. Buds are forming on the trees, hidden away in their protective sheaths, and the earth is softening, ready to offer its bounty once again. For our little traveler, this is a time of steady preparation and quiet anticipation. There is a sense of completion in the cycle, a feeling that everything is exactly as it should be. The forest is a cradle, and as the winter slowly recedes, the stage is being set for the next chapter of life. The white tail, now hidden in the dark, rests in the comfort of its den, resting and waiting for the first warm breath of a new beginning. A body bearing nature's signature, black and white fur. The striped skunk wears a coat that is both a masterpiece of nature and a bold signature of its presence. Its fur is a deep, luxurious black, thick and soft, designed to insulate the small body against the chill of the night air. Along its back, however, runs a striking pattern, a broad white stripe that begins atop its head and divides into a V shape, trailing down the length of its back toward its magnificent, sweeping tail. This high contrast coloration is not merely aesthetic, it is a soft, visual language, a quiet warning intended for any who might cross its path. Yet, under the silver moonlight, this pattern appears more like an elegant design, a gentle tapestry of monochrome beauty that helps the skunk blend into the complex patterns of shifting light and shadow on the forest floor. It is a coat that reflects the balance of the night, a blend of darkness and the light that guides it. The fluffy tail. The tail of the skunk is perhaps its most defining feature, a plume of fur that acts as a rudder and a blanket. When the skunk is at rest, curled into a tight, cozy circle, this bushy tail wraps around its body like a soft, insulating quilt. When it is on the move, the tail is carried with a certain pride, held aloft or flowing behind it like a pennant of the night. It is thick with long, coarse guard hairs that protect a dense velvet-like undercoat, providing warmth when the autumn winds begin to bite. This tail is more than just a beautiful appendage. It is an expression of the animal's state of mind. In the quiet, relaxed moments of its nocturnal wanderings, the tail moves with a lazy, rhythmic sway, a soft pendulum marking the passage of the hours as the creature explores the quiet meadows and the shadowed edges of the woods. The head and sensitive nose. At the front of this sturdy little frame sits a head designed for discovery. The skunk's face is small and narrow, dominated by a pointed, highly sensitive nose that is constantly twitching, reading the complex stories written in the air. Its eyes are dark, round, and well suited for the dim light of the moon, allowing it to perceive the world in shades of gray and silver. Tiny, rounded ears sit close to its head, constantly swiveling to capture the faintest sounds, the scuttle of a beetle, the rustle of a dry leaf, or the distant hoot of an owl. This is an animal that lives through its senses, processing the environment with a calm, methodical curiosity. There is a gentleness in the way it holds its head, tilted slightly as it listens and sniffs, forever attuned to the subtle, hidden rhythm of the world that surrounds it. Legs and strong claws. Though it is not a creature built for speed, the skunk possesses a physical strength that is perfectly suited to its way of life. Its legs are short and sturdy, ending in broad, powerful paws tipped with long, curved claws. These claws are the tools of its trade, designed for digging deep into the soft, loamy earth to find the treasures hidden beneath the surface. With a steady, deliberate motion, the skunk uses its front paws to turn over soil, peel back layers of decaying leaves, and uncover the small insects and roots that sustain it. When it walks, it places its feet down with a confident, rhythmic tread, moving with a waddle that is both endearing and remarkably effective. It is a slow, methodical gait, one that does not rush through the night, but savors every step taken on the cool, damp ground of the forest. The unique defensive scent glands. Nature has provided the skunk with a remarkable gift for protection, a specialized system that ensures its safety without the need for conflict. Deep within its body, hidden from view, lie small, efficient glands capable of producing a fine, mist-like defense. This is a quiet, powerful mechanism, rarely called upon, as the skunk is a creature of peace that prefers to avoid any confrontation. It is a tool of last resort, a hidden buffer that allows the skunk to move through its world with a sense of quiet confidence, knowing it has a way to maintain its boundaries. For the skunk, this is not a weapon of aggression, but a silent, reliable sentinel that keeps the world at a respectful distance, allowing it to continue its nightly strolls with an undisturbed sense of calm and independence. A body perfectly adapted to its environment. Everything about the skunk's form, from the thick protective fur to the strong digging claws, speaks of a life finely tuned to the rhythms of the wild. It is a creature of immense balance, designed not for the dramatic hunts of the predator or the panicked flights of the prey, but for a life of steady, quiet foraging. Its body is a testament to the wisdom of nature, a compact vessel that has been polished over eons to inhabit the twilight world with grace. As the skunk moves through the dark, every movement is an expression of this adaptation. It is at total peace with its own structure, comfortable in its skin, and perfectly equipped to thrive in the gentle, cool silence of the night. In this stillness, you can feel the harmony of a creature that has found its perfect, undisturbed place in the vast, breathing landscape, an excellent sense of smell. In the soft, velvety darkness, the world is painted not with colors, but with scents. For the skunk, the air is a rich tapestry of information, woven with the smells of damp earth, decaying leaves, hidden insects, and the subtle fragrance of night-blooming flowers. Its nose is a remarkable instrument, constantly at work, processing a vast amount of data with every breath. It can detect the faint vibration of a grub deep beneath the soil, or the lingering scent of a fellow traveler that passed by hours before. This olfactory map guides the skunk through the night, allowing it to navigate the forest floor with absolute certainty. It is a slow, methodical process of discovery, where every sniff tells a story, leading the way toward a quiet meal or a safe place to rest, ensuring that no detail of the nocturnal landscape is missed. Listening to the sounds of the night as the world drifts into sleep, the forest begins to hum with its own unique music. The skunk moves with an attentive grace, its small ears picking up the symphony of the night. It hears the rustle of a mouse in the dry grass, the soft crunch of its own footsteps, and the distant, soothing ripple of a nearby stream. There is a deep, rhythmic quality to these sounds that seems to harmonize with the skunk's heartbeat. It listens for the quiet signals of safety, the wind moving through the canopy, the absence of sharp, frantic noises. This ability to tune into the subtle frequencies of the forest allows the skunk to remain perfectly calm. It is a listener, a creature that values the quiet, finding peace in the soft murmurs of a world that is resting, yet still alive and breathing. Seeing in the darkness, while the moon provides a silver glow, the skunk's vision is uniquely adapted to the shadows. It does not need the bright, harsh light of day to navigate. Instead, it sees the world in shades of soft gray, blue, and silver. Its eyes are keen enough to distinguish the subtle movement of a grass blade or the slight change in texture on the ground. In the dim, ambient light, the skunk sees the world as a place of soft edges and shifting silhouettes. It is a perspective that feels restful and gentle, stripped of the glare and intensity of the sun. This nocturnal sight allows the skunk to feel completely at ease in the dark, moving with a sure-footed confidence that turns the night into a sanctuary of clarity, comfort, and peaceful, steady exploration. Recognizing the sense. Every path the skunk takes is familiar, marked by the invisible signatures of the forest. It knows the distinct, earthy aroma of the hollow logs it calls home, and the sweet, musky scent of the meadow where the grasses grow thick. It can recognize the presence of others by the trace, lingering smells they leave behind, a silent language of connection that links all creatures of the night. This recognition creates a sense of belonging. The forest is not a vast, unknown wilderness, but a series of interconnected, comfortable spaces. The skunk moves through these areas with a sense of recognition, a quiet satisfaction in returning to the places it knows best. Each scent is a memory, a signpost that guides its journey, reinforcing the feeling that it is exactly where it is meant to be. Quiet caution. Despite its confidence, the skunk carries with it a natural, quiet caution. It is an observer, a creature that takes its time to assess the environment before moving forward. It will often stop, lifting its nose to sample the breeze, checking the quality of the air for any change in the rhythm of the night. This is not a state of fear, but a state of heightened, peaceful awareness. It is the wisdom of an animal that has learned to move with care, respecting the balance of the ecosystem it inhabits. By staying alert to the shifts in its surroundings, the skunk preserves its own peace, ensuring that its nightly travels remain uninterrupted, calm, and free from the need for any defensive reactions. It is a master of maintaining harmony between its own needs and the environment. Beginning of exploration. With its senses fully engaged, the nose scanning, the ears listening, and the eyes observing, the skunk is ready to venture further into the night. It feels the cool air against its fur and the steady firmness of the ground beneath its paws. There is a gentle excitement in this exploration, a desire to see what the night will offer. It begins to move away from the shelter of the den, stepping into the wider meadow with a measured, rhythmic pace. The journey ahead is long and filled with the simple, satisfying tasks of survival. The skunk is perfectly in tune with its own instincts, moving with a grace that is both ancient and new. As it walks, it leaves behind the safety of the known and embraces the quiet promise of the night, guided by the very senses that make it a creature of the dark. A home among forests and meadows. Quiet forests. The heart of the forest is a place of deep, ancient tranquility. Here, the towering trees reach toward the moon, their branches swaying in a slow, rhythmic dance that seems to lull the entire world to sleep. The skunk finds much to admire in these wooded sanctuaries, where the ground is carpeted with layers of soft, fallen leaves and moss that cushion every step. In the cool air beneath the canopy, the skunk feels protected, surrounded by the sturdy trunks of oak and maple that have stood watch for generations. The forest offers a sense of stability and shelter, a place where the shadows are dense and inviting. Moving through these quiet corridors, the skunk feels a profound sense of peace, as if the trees themselves are silent guardians of its nightly passage, offering a gentle embrace to all who wander beneath their boughs. Open meadows. Beyond the edge of the forest, the world opens up into vast, moonlit meadows. Here, the grasses grow tall and silver, shimmering like a sea of light under the night sky. The meadow is a place of openness and breath, where the wind carries the sweet, damp scent of wildflowers and clover. For the skunk, the meadow is a hunting ground, a place of exploration where the soil is rich and the nights feel infinite. As it waddles through the sea of grass, the stalks brush softly against its fur, a tactile comfort that feels like a gentle massage. The meadow is where the sky feels largest, and the moonlight washes over everything, turning the landscape into a dreamscape of soft, silver illumination where the skunk can move freely, guided by the open path and the rhythmic swaying of the wind-touched blades. Riverbanks. Near the winding edge of a nearby stream, the land takes on a different, refreshing quality. The air here is cooler, misted with the moisture of the flowing water, and the sound of the stream provides a constant, soothing lullaby. The riverbanks are a favorite destination for the skunk, as the soft, sandy soil is perfect for digging and the vegetation is lush and plentiful. The skunk walks along the bank, listening to the water as it ripples over smooth stones, a sound that is both grounding and hypnotic. The river is a lifeline, attracting life of all kinds, and the skunk knows this place well. It finds a sense of refreshment here, a quiet place to pause and listen to the eternal, gentle song of the earth as it moves toward the sea, always changing, yet always the same. Farmland. On the outskirts of the wild, where the forest meets the fields, the skunk often finds a place of quiet abundance. The farmland, with its rows of soil and hidden corners, offers a different rhythm to the night. It is a place where the work of the day has long since ceased, leaving behind a silence that is deep and inviting. The skunk wanders through these quiet edges, finding the remnants of the earth's bounty in the soft, overturned dirt. There is a peaceful quality to this intersection of the wild and the cultivated, a sense of stillness that is shared by the land and the creature that walks upon it. It is a place of reflection, where the skunk can move without rush, enjoying the simple pleasure of a night well spent in a landscape that feels both vast and intimate. Safe dens. A den is more than just a home, it is a sanctuary, a place of profound rest and security. Whether it is an abandoned burrow tucked beneath the roots of a grand old oak or a cozy space carved into a sheltered hillside, the skunk chooses its den with care. Inside, the world is dark, dry, and warm, lined with dried grass and leaves that provide a soft bed. When the skunk retreats to its den at the approach of dawn, it feels the weight of the day lift away, replaced by the deep, restorative peace of its private refuge. It is here that the cycle of the night finds its completion, Wrapped in the silence of the earth, the skunk curls up, its bushy tail serving as a warm blanket as it drifts into the deep, dreamless sleep that prepares it for another night of gentle exploration. Spring draws near. Even within the depth of the night, there is a subtle change in the air that suggests the turning of the wheel. The frost that once coated the ground is beginning to lose its sting, and the soil feels a little less brittle. The skunk senses these tiny, flickering signs of spring, the way the air carries a faint promise of growth, and the way the nights seem to hold a whisper of warmth. Nature is preparing to wake from its long, quiet slumber, and the skunk is in harmony with this coming shift. The den feels a little more comfortable, the world outside a little more inviting. Everything is in motion, a slow, beautiful progression toward the brightness of the new season. The skunk rests in its quiet home, waiting for the first true sign that the time for change has finally arrived. A birth in the warmth of spring, a quiet den, underground, deep beneath the surface, protected from the cool dampness of the spring air, lies the secret heart of the skunk's world. The den is an intricate masterpiece of earth and instinct, a series of tunnels that lead to a central, rounded chamber. Here, the air is still and insulated, holding the faint, comforting scent of dry soil and moss. It is a place of profound silence, far removed from the rustling winds and the vast open skies above. As spring begins to breathe new life into the forest, this underground sanctuary becomes a cradle. The walls are smooth, crafted with care, and the floor is lined with a soft, thick bedding of dried leaves, creating a nest that is both warm and secure. It is the most peaceful place in the world, a hidden space where time seems to slow down, holding its breath in anticipation of the new life that is about to unfold. The birth of the young in the soft, dim light of the den, the cycle of life takes its most gentle turn. A small, new existence enters the world, fragile, tiny, and perfect. The mother moves with profound care, her every action guided by an ancient, instinctual wisdom. She tends to her little ones with quiet patience, her presence a constant, soothing anchor in the darkness. There is no urgency here, only the steady rhythm of breath and the gentle warmth of closeness. The arrival of the young is a quiet, natural event, a continuation of the forest's ancient story. They are small, velvet-skinned creatures, cradled within the safety of the earth, sheltered from the unpredictable world above. It is a moment of pure, tranquil beginning, where the only thing that matters is the bond between mother and child, forged in the stillness of the deep, subterranean dark. The days of early life. The first days of life for the young are defined by a singular focus, warmth and nourishment. They remain huddled together in a soft, squirming pile, a small knot of life at the center of the nest. Their eyes are still closed, and the world for them is a place of sensation, the texture of the bedding, the rhythmic beat of their mother's heart, and the comforting scent of her fur. They move with small, tentative motions, learning the proximity of their siblings. There is a deep, abiding safety in this group, a sense of unity that anchors them as they grow. The mother stays close, her body forming a protective curve around them, ensuring they are always warm. In the quiet, shadowed silence of the den, the days pass in a seamless flow, a peaceful interlude where the only reality is the steady, nurturing presence of home, the warmth of mother. The mother's role is one of constant, quiet dedication. She is the source of all comfort, the provider of the sustenance that allows her little ones to grow stronger with each passing day. Her presence is a gentle, steady force, a calming influence that permeates the den. When she moves, she does so with careful grace, mindful of the fragile lives that surround her. Her soft purrs and low, guttural clicks are the first sounds they learn to recognize, a language of love and reassurance. She spends her hours curled around them, a living shield against the world. In this intimate space, there is a profound sense of peace. The mother's warmth is the heartbeat of the nest, a soothing, consistent temperature that wraps around the young and allows them to drift into the long, restorative sleeps of infancy. Nursing and growth happens in the quiet moments between the rhythms of nursing. Each day, the young become a little sturdier, their movements gaining a bit more coordination. They are learning the shape of their world, exploring the textures of the nest and the presence of their siblings through gentle, tactile interaction. The mother continues to nurture them, her care unwavering and calm. As they feed, there is a deep sense of contentment, a peaceful satisfaction that settles over the entire den. It is a slow, steady process, governed by the natural laws of the forest. The mother observes their progress with a quiet, observant eye, her instincts guiding her to provide exactly what they need. Every moment of nursing is a thread in the tapestry of their development, binding them together in a shared, quiet reality of growth and stability. The beginning of life. As the days turn into weeks, the young begin to show the first signs of their individual personalities. One might be more adventurous, pushing slightly against the others. Another might be the quiet, steady one, content to remain in the center of the nest. Their fur begins to thicken, showing the faint, subtle markings that will one day define them. They are beginning to perceive the world in new ways, their ears twitching at the distant, muffled sounds from the surface, the patter of spring rain, the whistle of the wind. They are on the threshold of a great adventure, yet for now, they are perfectly content in the safety of their subterranean home. The beginning of life is a slow, unfolding miracle, a gentle, rhythmic progression that prepares them for the day when they will finally emerge to meet the light of the moon. First steps beyond the den. Opening their eyes. The transition from the world of total darkness to the realm of sight is a slow, gradual awakening. One by one, the tiny eyes of the young begin to open, greeted not by the harsh glare of the sun, but by the soft, filtered light of the subterranean chamber. Their vision is at first a blur, a soft mosaic of shadows and shifting gray tones. They begin to notice the walls of their den, the texture of the nesting material, and most importantly, the clear, recognizable form of their mother. This new clarity brings a sense of wonder. The world is no longer just a collection of sensations, but a space they can begin to perceive and navigate. They blink in the dim light, their gaze steadying as they start to map out the familiar territory of their home, feeling a new sense of independence growing within them. The first journey outside. The day comes when the mother decides the world above is ready for her young. She moves toward the entrance, pausing to look out into the cool, evening air. Her young follow, their steps hesitant and small. As they crest the threshold of the den, they are met with a sensory awakening unlike any they have ever known. The air is crisp and carries 1,000 scents, damp earth, pine needles, and the faint, sweet promise of nocturnal blossoms. The moon shines down, casting a soft, silvery glow over the meadow, turning the grass into a sea of highlights and deep shadows. For the first time, they feel the texture of the soil beneath their paws, cool, firm, and vast. It is a moment of profound transformation as they step away from the womb of the earth and into the wide, breathing expanse of the night. Following their mother. The mother takes the lead, walking with a slow, purposeful gait. The young follow close behind, a small, shuffling train of curious explorers. She sets a rhythm that they can easily keep, stopping frequently to let them catch up and to inspect the path ahead. She acts as their guide, teaching them how to move with confidence through the dense grass and over the uneven terrain of the forest floor. They learn to watch her tail, which serves as a beacon in the shifting light. If she stops, they stop. If she veers to the side to investigate a fallen log, they follow suit. This following behavior is an essential lesson in trust and survival, a way for them to learn the geography of their home while remaining safely under her watchful, nurturing presence. Discovering new scents with every step, the young encounter a new world of smells. Their noses are constantly at work, twitching in the cool night air as they process the complex, layered information of the meadow. They sniff at the base of a wild fern, intrigued by the earthy aroma of the soil. They catch the scent of a passing insect and the lingering smell of damp moss near a rock. The mother encourages this exploration, nudging them toward interesting patches of ground where the earth is rich and promising. They are learning that the world is not just something to be seen, but something to be understood through the nose. This is the beginning of their education as foragers, a process of discovery that will eventually allow them to read the night like a book, identifying where to find food and how to navigate the wilderness. Playing with their siblings. Amidst the serious work of learning and exploration, there is the simple, joyous necessity of play. The young, emboldened by the open space, begin to interact with one another with bursts of energy. They tumble over each other in the tall grass, practicing their pouncing and gentle nudging. It is a soft, rhythmic dance of siblings, a way to test their coordination and strengthen the bonds that tie them together. Their mother watches from a short distance, her ears swiveling to keep track of their movements. This play is nature's way of preparing them for the physical demands of adult life. Yet it is performed with a grace and softness that is entirely in keeping with the gentle nature of their kind. Under the light of the moon, their silhouettes move and swirl, a tiny, happy celebration of life in the quiet meadow. The beginning of summer. As the nights grow warmer, the young become more confident, and their excursions from the den lengthen. The spring, with its cool rains and hesitant new growth, is giving way to the steady, lush abundance of summer. The forest is now full and vibrant, the air thick with the sounds of insects and the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. The young skunks are growing stronger, their movements less tentative and more fluid. They are no longer just babies sheltered in the dark. They are becoming inhabitants of the night. The transition is subtle, a natural progression that mirrors the changing seasons. As they settle into the rhythm of these summer nights, they do so with a growing sense of place, ready to embrace the wonders that the coming months will surely bring to their quiet, moonlit world. How does a skunk move? The quiet walk. The walk of a skunk is distinct, a rhythmic, waddling gait that speaks of a creature entirely comfortable in its own skin. It is not the hurried trot of a predator in pursuit, nor the skittish leap of prey in fear. Instead, the skunk moves with a measured, deliberate pace, placing each of its 4 paws firmly upon the ground. This walk is grounded and steady, reflecting the skunk's nature. It is an animal that takes its time, savoring the journey through the night. As it moves, its body sways gently from side to side, a fluid motion that allows it to navigate over roots, stones, and uneven terrain with surprising grace. There is a quiet confidence in this movement, a steady rhythm that serves as a heartbeat to the forest floor, marking the progress of a traveler who knows exactly where it is going and possesses all the time in the world to get there. Digging with strong claws, when the scent of something promising reaches the skunk, it transitions from a walk to a focused, methodical dig. The 4 paws, equipped with long, powerful, and slightly curved claws, begin their work with incredible precision. The skunk tilts its head, listening to the subtle movements beneath the surface, then expertly breaks through the top layer of soil or decaying leaf litter. It digs not with frantic energy, but with a series of deliberate, sweeping motions. It turns the earth over, uncovering the hidden life within the soil, grubs, larvae, and roots, without ever disrupting the surrounding peace of the meadow. Once the prize is found, it moves on, leaving behind a small, neat hollow in the earth that quickly settles back into the quiet, dark landscape of the night, climbing when necessary. While the skunk is primarily a creature of the earth, it is surprisingly capable when the path ahead requires a bit of verticality. Should a fallen log block its route or a particularly enticing treat hide within a low-hanging thicket, the skunk can use its strong limbs to scramble upward. It is not an acrobat of the high branches, but it moves with a sturdy, determined focus, clutching the rough bark and pulling itself over obstacles with ease. These moments of climbing are always done with a calm, deliberate purpose. Once it has traversed the obstacle, it descends back to the firm, cooling soil with the same quiet grace, continuing its trek across the meadow as if the slight elevation had never been a challenge at all. It treats every surface as a natural part of its expansive, nighttime home, swimming from time to time, though they prefer the dry, soft paths of the woods and fields. Skunks are natural swimmers when the occasion arises. Should a stream cross their path and the bridge of stepping stones prove too far, the skunk can enter the water with a surprisingly calm demeanor. It moves through the cool current with steady, rhythmic strokes, its tail acting as a counterbalance in the water. It is a quiet, efficient way to reach the other side, and upon exiting the bank, the skunk simply shakes the water from its thick, coarse fur with a series of quick, rhythmic shivers. It then pauses, smooths its coat with a few gentle licks, and proceeds on its way, unfazed and steady. The water is merely another element to be navigated, a refreshing pause in its long, nightly journey. Wandering through the night. The skunk's journey is not a straight line, but a wandering, exploratory path. It drifts through the landscape in a series of loops and turns, following the invisible map of scents and sounds. It might spend an hour foraging in a quiet corner of a garden, then move slowly toward the dense, protective shadow of a hedgerow. This wandering is the essence of its existence, an endless, curious exploration of the world. It stops to sniff a night-blooming flower, pauses to listen to the distant call of a nightjar, and lingers in patches of moonlight where the warmth of the day still radiates from the stones. It is a peaceful, unhurried progress, a life lived in the present moment, moving through the beauty of the dark with a calm and contented spirit, returning before dawn. As the sky begins to soften and the stars lose their brilliance, the skunk begins its slow, steady return to the den. The journey back is just as deliberate as the journey out, though perhaps a little slower, weighted with the satisfaction of a night well spent. It follows the familiar trails, moving with an even greater sense of belonging. As the first faint light of dawn touches the horizon, the skunk slips into the entrance of its underground home. It is a quiet transition, a closing of the day's activities. The world above is beginning to stir, but for the skunk, the cycle is complete. It settles into the soft, warm depths of the den, the earth once again holding it in a secure, silent embrace, ready for a day of deep and peaceful rest. A quiet language within the family. Soft vocal sounds. The world of the skunk is not one of loud cries or piercing calls. It is a realm of subtle, intimate sounds that mirror the gentle nature of the forest itself. Within the family, communication happens through a series of soft, hushed vocalizations. There are tiny, high-pitched chirps used by the young to express their needs, and low, rhythmic grunts from the mother that serve to reassure and guide. These sounds are rarely heard by the casual observer, occurring deep within the stillness of the night. They are the sounds of harmony, a private language of love and security. When the family gathers in the quiet of the den, these soft noises create a blanket of sound, a gentle hum that reinforces their bond and makes the dark, subterranean space feel like a sanctuary of complete peace and belonging. A mother's call, The mother's voice is the steady anchor for her young. When she moves, she emits soft, rhythmic chattering sounds, a melodic tapping that tells her family exactly where she is and which direction to follow. It is a persistent, comforting signal, a vocal tether that keeps the group together as they wander through the tall, shifting grasses of the meadow. If a young one wanders too far or becomes distracted by a new scent, the mother's call softens or deepens, guiding them back with a patient, non-threatening tone. There is no urgency in her voice, only the calm assurance of a leader who knows the way. It is a beautiful, intuitive form of guidance, a testament to the quiet, protective intelligence that she brings to the rearing of her offspring. Body signals beyond the soft vocalizations. The skunk communicates through a sophisticated and subtle language of the body. A simple nudge of the nose, a flick of the ear, or a slight arching of the back can convey a world of meaning. When the mother wants her young to stay close, she might move with a particular deliberate slowness, or stand still for a moment to let them cluster around her. When the young are playful, their movements, the gentle pouncing, the soft swishing of tails, are expressions of their burgeoning social connection. This physical language is remarkably expressive, allowing the skunks to negotiate their space and their relationships without ever needing to raise their voices. It is a quiet, fluid way of interacting that keeps the atmosphere of their family life perpetually calm and balanced. Communication through scent. The most profound layer of the skunk's language is entirely invisible to human senses, the language of scent. Each skunk carries a unique, subtle signature, a personal fragrance that identifies it to its family members. When they groom one another or huddle together in the nest, they are reinforcing these connections, sharing a sensory bond that is as deep as it is silent. This olfactory communication allows them to recognize each other in the darkness, providing a sense of comfort and collective identity. It is an ancient, primal way of saying, "I am here, and you are with me." Through this invisible web of scents, the family remains linked, sharing a shared sense of safety and common purpose that transcends the need for anything more complicated or overt. Recognizing the young as the young continue to grow, the mother's ability to recognize each individual through scent and sound remains unwavering. She can distinguish the soft chirps of one from the other, and she knows the subtle variations in their developing signatures. This recognition is the foundation of her care. She knows exactly which one needs a little extra guidance and which one is becoming bold and independent. This personalized attention ensures that each young skunk receives exactly what it needs to thrive. It is a deeply attentive, quiet form of motherhood, characterized by patience and an intuitive understanding of the growing needs of her little ones. In the quiet, shadowed den, she is the architect of their early development, providing a stable, loving environment that allows them to blossom. A peaceful summer night. The night is deep, and the air is filled with the steady, soothing rhythm of summer. The family is together, their movements synchronized by the quiet language they have perfected over the weeks. There is a profound sense of ease in the way they navigate the world, a collective confidence that stems from their bond. As they move through the moonlit landscape, they are a single, harmonious unit, their interactions a constant, gentle flow of information and affection. The night is a safe harbor, and the meadow is their playground. In this stillness, they find a perfect, undisturbed balance, living a life that is simple, quiet, and profoundly connected to the ancient, pulsing heart of the wild forest around them. Searching for food. The nightly foraging journey begins. As the moon climbs to its zenith, the skunk emerges from the den, its senses sharpening with the cool air. The night is a vast, open pantry, and the skunk moves with the quiet purpose of a seasoned traveler. This is not a hunt born of desperation, but a leisurely, rhythmic expedition. It steps out into the meadow, where the grass is silvered by moonlight, and begins to follow the faint, complex trails of scent that weave through the vegetation. Every step is deliberate, each movement measured. The skunk doesn't rush. It knows that the best treasures are found by those who take the time to listen to the earth. The rhythm of its walk matches the swaying of the tall grasses, a slow, methodical pace that allows it to fully experience the rich, aromatic landscape of the night. Insects and earthworms. The primary focus of the skunk's search is the abundant life hidden just beneath the surface. It stops frequently, lowering its snout to the damp ground, testing the air for the subtle musk of a beetle or the faint, earthy trail of a worm. When it finds a promising patch, it sets to work with its powerful claws. It turns the soil with an elegant, sweeping motion, uncovering the nocturnal insects that thrive in the dark. There is a deep, quiet satisfaction in this labor. The skunk finds sustenance in the simplest of places, playing its part in the forest's balance by keeping the populations of these small creatures in check. It moves from one spot to the next, a silent gardener of the night, leaving the earth turned and aerated in its wake. Fruits and seeds. When the season is right, the skunk's diet expands to include the sweet, grounded gifts of the earth. It wanders toward the edges of the thickets where wild berries grow low to the ground, or where fallen nuts and seeds have gathered among the dry leaves. It eats with a refined, gentle curiosity, sampling the offerings of the meadow as if enjoying a quiet feast. The taste of a ripe blackberry or the crunch of a hidden seed is a delight, a break from the steady work of digging. These moments of snacking are filled with a sense of gentle contentment. The skunk lingers in these patches, savoring the flavors and the coolness of the air, perfectly happy to enjoy the simple, natural bounty that the forest provides. Eggs from time to time occasionally. The skunk comes upon a ground-nesting bird's hidden clutch or a fallen cache of food, treated as a lucky, rare discovery. It approaches these findings with the same calm, respectful demeanor it brings to all its foraging. It is an opportunist, and it recognizes the value of such a meal, consuming it with a steady, appreciative focus. These meals are infrequent, yet they provide essential nutrients that keep the skunk healthy and strong. There is no aggression in this act, only the natural cycle of the wild. The skunk treats these discoveries as part of the gift of the night, a fortuitous find that allows it to continue its journey with renewed energy, always moving forward with that same unhurried, peaceful stride, searching using the nose. The nose is the skunk's greatest tool, a complex, high-resolution map of the nocturnal world. It is constantly active, twitching and sniffing, translating the invisible odors of the meadow into a clear, navigable path. The skunk can discern the difference between the scent of a damp root and the presence of a beetle several inches underground. This sensory navigation is what gives the skunk such profound confidence. It doesn't need to see its meal to know it is there. It feels the presence of the environment through the subtle shifts in the air. This deep connection to the earth makes the skunk a master of its domain. It moves with a certainty that is beautiful to behold, a creature perfectly attuned to the hidden, vibrant life that pulses beneath the nocturnal surface. The end of the tour, as the stars begin to dim and the promise of dawn creeps into the eastern sky, the skunk's foraging journey comes to a natural, quiet close. It has filled its belly and experienced the fullness of the night. It begins its trek back toward the den, its waddling gait a little slower, a little more contented. The meadow is beginning to quiet down, the nocturnal insects falling silent as the day dwellers prepare to take their turn. The skunk feels the heaviness of a long, productive night. It moves toward the shadows, leaving behind the open spaces, looking forward to the deep, dreamless sleep that awaits in the cool, subterranean dark. The cycle is complete, a perfect, harmonious end to a night of quiet, persistent, and successful exploration. A meal beneath the stars, choosing the right food under the vast, shimmering tapestry of the night sky. The skunk approaches its meal with a discerning, quiet grace. It is a creature of habit and preference, knowing exactly which patches of earth hold the most nourishment. It ignores the inedible clutter of the forest floor, its nose acting as a sophisticated guide that steers it toward the freshest, most vital sources of energy. Whether it is a cluster of sweet, fallen fruit or the rich, damp soil where insects thrive, the choice is always made with an instinctual wisdom. There is a sense of calm intentionality in the way it pauses, sniffs, and selects, ensuring that each meal is not just a necessity for survival, but a harmonious alignment with what the land is offering at that very moment. Using strong claws, when the chosen spot is reached, the skunk's paws become instruments of quiet industry. With the steady, rhythmic strength of its long, curved claws, it peels back the top layer of earth. It works with a surgical focus, moving aside grass, leaf litter, and twigs to reveal the prize beneath. There is a soothing quality to this action, the sound of the soft soil being turned over, the rustle of the dry leaves, and the methodical nature of the movement. The skunk doesn't rush, and it doesn't disturb the peace of its surroundings. It works with the rhythm of the night, a silent partner to the slow breathing of the forest, ensuring that its needs are met with efficiency and a quiet, dignified composure. Quiet chewing. The act of eating is a moment of deep, reflective stillness. As the skunk consumes its meal, it moves its jaws with a slow, steady motion. There is no frantic gulping here. Each morsel is chewed thoroughly, savored, and processed. The air around it remains perfectly calm. The skunk often pauses between bites, its ears swiveling to catch the distant, gentle sounds of the forest, its nose continuing to twitch in appreciation of the scents surrounding it. This is a time of restoration. The energy of the earth is being absorbed, turning the night's effort into the strength that will carry the skunk through the coming hours. It is a peaceful, satisfying process that grounds the creature firmly in its environment, linking it to the natural cycles of growth and nourishment. Resting after the meal, once the hunger is satisfied, the skunk does not immediately set off again. Instead, it finds a comfortable patch of ground, perhaps near the base of a sheltering shrub or on a soft, mossy mound. It settles its weight, tucking its paws neatly beneath it, and simply rests. In this quiet interval, the skunk may close its eyes for a moment, letting the coolness of the night air settle over its fur. It is a time of digestion and reflection, a fleeting pause where the skunk is entirely at one with the world. It doesn't worry about the future or the past. It simply exists, a small, content inhabitant of the meadow, fully present and completely at peace under the soft, protective gaze of the stars. Preparing for autumn. As the weeks progress, the skunk's meals take on a new, subtle importance. The air is growing crisper, and the nocturnal chorus is beginning to shift, signaling that the lush peak of summer is gently yielding to the golden, cooling breath of autumn. The skunk instinctively knows that the time of abundance is a preparation for the time of stillness. It eats with a sense of quiet purpose, building the strength it will need when the frost eventually touches the ground. This awareness doesn't bring anxiety, only a deeper, more rhythmic focus to its foraging. Every meal is an investment in its own resilience, a natural, calm response to the turning of the seasons that it has known and followed for generations. The evening breeze. A cool, gentle breeze begins to sweep across the meadow, carrying the scent of drying leaves and the promise of change. The skunk stands, stretching its body with a long, fluid motion, its tail swishing once in the air. It feels the crispness of the wind, and it finds it refreshing. The night is far from over, but the meal has provided a sense of completeness. With a final satisfied sniff of the air, the skunk turns and begins its slow, waddling journey back into the depths of the forest. It feels strong, healthy, and perfectly balanced. The meal beneath the stars has served its purpose, anchoring the skunk in the beauty of the present and preparing it, with quiet grace, for the ever-turning rhythm of the wild. The autumn of maturity reaching full growth. The skunk has grown into a creature of substance and poise, its stature now fully established. The once tiny kit is a memory, replaced by a robust, confident adult whose coat is thick and lustrous, perfectly adapted to the cooling temperatures of the season. Its movements possess a refined economy. Every step is placed with a seasoned understanding of the terrain. Having navigated the vibrant rush of summer, it now carries the quiet weight of experience in its steady gaze. There is a sense of completion in its frame, a physical harmony that reflects a life lived in tune with the forest. It stands as a master of its own modest domain, a mature inhabitant of the night who moves with the quiet authority of one who truly belongs to the land, undisturbed by the fleeting passage of time. Learning independence. The transition to independence has been a slow, natural unfolding rather than a sudden departure. Throughout the late summer, the skunk gradually spent more time wandering its own paths, honing its foraging skills and learning the hidden geography of the woods. It has internalized the lessons of its mother, the importance of a quiet step, the nuance of a scent, and the wisdom of choosing a safe, secluded route. This newfound autonomy is not a solitary burden, but a liberation. The skunk navigates the meadow with an ease that speaks of deep familiarity, finding its own food and identifying its own shelters. It is a graceful maturation where the reliance on family has matured into the quiet, sturdy confidence of a self-sufficient traveler. Leaving the den. As the autumn air bites with the first hint of frost, the time comes for the young adult to establish its own territory. It moves with a calm, investigative spirit, pushing further into the forest than it ever has before. Leaving the familiar tunnels of its youth is a significant, yet peaceful step. The skunk wanders through the golden, rustling undergrowth, sniffing out potential sites for its own winter sanctuary. It is a process of exploration, a journey of quiet discovery that feels like a natural progression of its life cycle. There is no urgency in this search. It simply follows the calling of its instincts, seeking a place where it can settle, secure and undisturbed, as the world prepares for the long, white silence of the upcoming winter. Choosing a new territory. Selecting a home is an act of deep, sensory assessment. The skunk inspects the hollows of fallen trees, the protected banks of small gullies, and the shielded spaces beneath large, sheltering rocks. It looks for a location that is dry, insulated, and well hidden from the occasional passing predator. When it finds the right spot, there is a distinct sense of recognition, a feeling of rightness that settles in its spirit. It begins to clear the entrance, gathering dry leaves and fine grasses to create a soft, welcoming bed. This is the act of a builder, a creature claiming its place in the world. As it nestles into the freshly prepared chamber, it feels a profound sense of ownership and peace, knowing it has successfully secured its own corner of the wilderness. Facing the seasons. The change in the season brings a shift in the forest's mood, and the skunk adapts with effortless fluidity. The days grow shorter, and the light of the moon seems to hold a sharper, colder clarity. The skunk's activity becomes more purposeful. It is building up its strength, storing the energy it will need for the colder, quieter months ahead. It watches as the forest transforms into a mosaic of russet and gold, the falling leaves creating a soft, sound-dampening carpet that makes its nighttime movements even more silent. It faces the turning year with a calm, unshakable equilibrium, trusting in the ancient rhythm that has guided its species through countless seasons before, moving forward with the quiet grace of a creature in total harmony with nature. The beginning of adulthood. This is the dawn of a new phase, a life defined by steady independence and a deeper connection to the wild. The skunk is now a full participant in the nocturnal life of the forest, its role clearly defined within the delicate ecological balance. It moves through the cooling nights with a sense of purpose that is both gentle and profound. The vulnerability of youth has vanished, replaced by the resilience of an adult who knows how to thrive in the shadows. As it walks beneath the harvest moon, the skunk is the embodiment of the quiet life, unassuming, self-reliant, and perfectly at peace. It is ready for the challenges and the comforts of the coming winter, a mature traveler embarking on the long, serene journey of its adult years. The breeding season. The sense of spring. As the deep chill of winter begins to soften, a subtle transformation stirs within the forest. The air, once sharp and biting, now carries the faint, sweet promise of renewal. For the skunk, these shifts are felt far more keenly than by any other creature. A new, complex layer of information begins to weave through the evening breeze, the scent of life reawakening. It is a time when the forest's invisible map of odors changes, signaling to the solitary travelers that the rhythm of the year is turning toward connection. The skunk moves with a slightly different focus, its nose reading these delicate, chemical messengers that drift through the night. It is a season of ancient instincts, a time when the solitary silence of the woods is gently punctuated by the drive to ensure the future of the next generation. The meeting of male and female under the soft, silvery light of the late winter moon. The paths of two travelers inevitably cross. This is not a time of conflict, but of a quiet, cautious inquiry. When they meet, there is a series of gentle, rhythmic movements, a purposeful approach, a lingering sniff to confirm identity, and a calm assessment of one another. The interaction is characterized by a profound, non-aggressive respect. They circle one another slowly in the tall, dormant grass, their movements a soft, silent dialogue. There is a sense of importance in this encounter, a gravity that is nonetheless handled with the typical grace and composure of their kind. They are two shadows merging momentarily in the dark, bound by the powerful, natural pull that has existed since the beginning of their lineage. A brief breeding season. This period of connectivity is short, a brief window that marks the transition from the dormancy of winter to the vitality of spring. Once the purpose of the season is fulfilled, the pair parts ways, returning to their individual, quiet rhythms. There is no lingering attachment, no sense of loss, only a return to the natural state of independence. They fade back into the vast, dark expanse of the meadows and forests, each returning to the solitary life that defines their species. It is a clean, efficient, and beautifully simple process, conducted with a lack of unnecessary drama that is entirely consistent with the peaceful, understated life of the skunk. They move on, each continuing their own path, their role in the grand cycle of the seasons quietly and effectively performed. The beginning of pregnancy within the female. A quiet change begins to unfold. The forest cycle is now mirrored within her, a slow and miraculous development that proceeds in the cool, sheltered sanctuary of her den. She moves with a slightly more deliberate pace, her foraging driven by a new, inner focus. She eats with care, choosing the most nutrient-rich spots in the landscape, ensuring her own health remains robust. There is a serenity that settles over her, a patience that matches the patient unfolding of the spring. She is an anchor of life, carrying the future within her as she continues her nightly rounds. A living vessel of the forest's resilience, moving through the darkness with a calm, nurturing strength that is both ancient and deeply profoundly gentle, returning to quiet days. As the weeks pass, the excitement of the breeding season fades into a deep, serene normalcy. The forest is waking up in earnest, and the skunk returns to its accustomed life, fully settled into its rhythm. The nights are filled with the familiar, soothing tasks of foraging and exploration. The urgency of the previous weeks is replaced by a steady, peaceful endurance. She navigates the landscape with a sense of purpose that is quiet and unburdened. Every step through the dew-covered grass, every dig into the rich, warming soil, is a testament to the stability of her existence. She is comfortable, she is healthy, and she is at peace, simply existing as a small, vital part of the vast, breathing world that surrounds her, waiting for new life. The den becomes a place of preparation and deep, internal rest. She spends more time in the darkness of her chamber, the space she has meticulously lined with soft, dry bedding. The earth outside is burgeoning with life, but inside, there is a stillness that is quiet, expectant, and incredibly profound. She is waiting, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the forest. There is a dignity in this wait, a recognition that the most important things in life happen slowly, in the dark, and in total silence. She rests, her body curled in a protective circle, a guardian of the future, waiting for the moment when the cycle will turn once more and bring new, small lives into the gentle embrace of the night, a winter of stillness. The cold winter nights, when the first deep snows descend, the forest transforms into a hushed, monochromatic landscape. The vibrant colors of autumn have faded into a blanket of white, and the air carries a crisp, brittle clarity that hushes the world. For the skunk, these are the nights of true winter, long, freezing stretches where the wind whistles through the bare branches and the moonlight glitters off the icy crust of the earth. The nights feel expansive and empty, yet there is a profound, solemn beauty in this seasonal dormancy. The skunk, encased in its thick, protective coat, experiences this time as a shift toward a slower, more deliberate existence, moving through the cold air with a heavy, steady gait, fully attuned to the profound silence that has fallen over its home. Reduced activity. The skunk is not a creature of true hibernation, but its pulse does slow to match the cooling pace of the world. As the temperatures plummet, its excursions become shorter, more purposeful, and far less frequent. Much of the nighttime is now spent in the sanctuary of the den, where the air is still and the biting wind cannot reach. Its metabolic rhythm shifts, conserving energy with a natural, inherent efficiency. There is a quiet wisdom in this conservation. The skunk knows that the winter is not a time for conquest, but a time for endurance. It moves through the dark only when necessary, spending the vast majority of the time in a state of deep, restorative rest, conserving the strength it built during the long months of autumn abundance. Conserving energy within the den, the skunk exists in a state of near constant serenity. It spends long hours curled into a tight, insulated ball, its fluffy tail wrapped around its body like a natural, downy quilt. In this position, it maintains its warmth through simple, anatomical harmony. It breathes slowly, its heart beating at a relaxed, steady tempo, allowing the warmth of its body to build a tiny, protective microclimate within the tunnel. This is the art of survival through stillness, a testament to the skunk's ability to exist in balance with the harshest elements. It doesn't fight the cold, it simply rests within itself, finding a deep inner heat that sustains it through the coldest, longest nights of the frozen season. The warm den. The den is a masterpiece of thermal stability. Deep beneath the frost line, the temperature remains consistent, shielded from the wild fluctuations of the surface world. The bedding of dried grasses and leaves, gathered with such care before the snows arrived, provides a soft, earthen cushion that prevents the chill of the ground from seeping through. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of pine and dry soil, a familiar, grounding aroma. It is a place of absolute safety and profound seclusion. When the skunk is inside, the world's turbulence ceases to exist. It is a cocoon of dark, quiet comfort, a secret room where the skunk can let go of the external world and drift into a long, peaceful, and unbroken state of rest. Waiting for the sun. During these quiet weeks, there is a patient, underlying anticipation of the coming light. Even deep in the winter, the sun continues its slow climbing journey across the sky, and the skunk, in its own instinctual way, seems aware of this transition. It knows that the season of cold is temporary. This awareness brings a sense of stability to its winter sleep. It isn't a long, dreamless void, but a period of deliberate waiting. There is a peacefulness in this state, a sense of trust in the natural cycle. The skunk rests, knowing that the earth will eventually soften, the snow will melt, and the meadows will once again be rich with life. It waits with a calm, unshakable faith nestled in the dark. Spring approaches. As the winter months drag on, the air deep within the den begins to feel different, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The skunk, with its finely tuned senses, feels the very first hints of the coming change. The deep, heavy stillness of the winter is starting to lift, replaced by a sense of latent energy. The frost is slowly losing its grip, and the earth beneath the surface feels a fraction less rigid. The skunk begins to stir, its movements a little more fluid, its alertness slightly heightened. The period of winter stillness is coming to an end, and the cycle is ready to reset. It is a moment of quiet, beautiful transition, as the creature prepares to emerge, ready to greet the first soft breath of spring, the birth of a new generation. Melting snow. The transition from winter to spring is not a sudden eruption, but a slow, rhythmic unveiling. As the temperatures climb, the heavy blankets of snow begin to recede, revealing the dark, damp earth beneath. Tiny rivulets of water trace paths through the meadow, singing a soft, tinkling song as they flow toward the streams. The skunk senses this thaw with every fiber of its being. The air is suddenly rich with the scent of wet soil and emerging life. The forest is beginning to wake, shaking off the long, icy slumber of the winter. For the mother, this shift is the signal she has been waiting for. The world is preparing for a new beginning, and in the quiet depths of her den, the cycle of life is ready to turn toward its most precious, delicate phase. The birth of the young within the heart of the den. The silence is broken by the softest of sounds, a tiny, high-pitched squeak that heralds a new existence. A new generation of skunks enters the world, small and fragile, welcomed into the dark warmth of the nursery. The mother moves with a focus that is profound and unwavering, her touch incredibly gentle. She cleanses and cradles her young, her body forming a protective curve around them. They are so tiny that they seem barely real, yet they are full of the potential of the future. In this moment, the den is the most important place on earth, a sacred, hidden cradle where life begins anew, sheltered from the unpredictable winds of the surface. Constant care. Motherhood for the skunk is a role defined by total dedication. She remains with her young almost constantly, her presence the foundation of their early days. She is the source of their nourishment and the guardian of their warmth. If she must leave the den to forage, she does so with a quickness and efficiency born of necessity, always returning to the comforting, dark security of the nest as soon as possible. Her care is an instinctual dance of protection. She knows the temperature of the den, the needs of her young, and the rhythm of their growth. There is a profound beauty in this focus, a life simplified down to the essential, protective bond between a parent and her offspring. teaching the first lessons. Even in the infancy of her young, the mother's guidance begins. She communicates through soft, rhythmic clicks and gentle, tactile nudges, teaching them the importance of the family cluster. She shows them the boundaries of the nest, their first world, and introduces them to the comforting scents that identify their home. She is a patient teacher, letting them learn the texture of the bedding and the warmth of her own fur. These are the lessons of safety and belonging, the foundational bricks upon which their future lives will be built. Everything she does is meant to build their resilience, preparing them for the day they will finally step out into the vast, open world of the meadow, discovering the world. As the days turn into weeks, the young begin to explore the limits of their den. They push against the walls with tiny, strong paws, their eyes opening to reveal a world that is no longer just a dark blur. They stumble over one another in playful, uncoordinated motions, their curiosity growing with every flicker of light that reaches the entrance of their burrow. The mother watches with a serene, protective eye, her ears twitching at the sounds of the forest outside. She is no longer just their protector, she is their doorway to the world. She leads them toward the entrance, allowing them to smell the fresh, spring air and feel the vibration of the earth as they take their first tentative steps toward the wide, wild outdoors. Life goes on. The arrival of this new generation is a testament to the endurance of the species. As the mother watches her young explore, she is aware of the ancient lineage she carries forward. The seasons will continue to turn, the heat of summer, the gold of autumn, the frost of winter, but for now, there is only the present, the warmth of the den, the hunger of the young, and the soft, steady rhythm of life. The cycle has closed and opened simultaneously, a perfect, continuous circle of existence. As the young skunks cuddle together in the nest, the mother rests, a sense of deep, quiet satisfaction settling over her. Life is not just surviving, it is thriving, and the future is safe in the quiet, shadowed cradle of the earth. The years of strength, peaceful nights. The years of the skunk's prime are characterized by a profound, serene mastery of the night. It has become a part of the forest's architecture, moving through the shadowed meadows with a confidence that requires no fanfare. The skunk knows the exact location of every sheltering rock, the timing of the seasonal blooms, and the hidden paths that offer the most protection. These nights are not filled with drama, but with a rhythmic, predictable comfort. The skunk wanders under the starlight, its waddle steady and sure, its senses perfectly calibrated to the subtle shifts in the nocturnal breeze. There is a deep, quiet joy in this competence, the simple, unadorned satisfaction of a creature that has found its perfect place within the vast natural order of the wild. Mastery of the search for food. For the mature skunk, foraging has evolved into a graceful, intuitive practice. It no longer needs to search blindly. It moves with the efficiency of an expert. It knows which damp gullies hold the most grubs after a rain, and which thickets provide the most succulent roots. Its claws, thickened by years of diligent work, are tools of surgical precision, allowing it to uncover hidden energy with minimal exertion. It moves from one spot to the next with a fluid, rhythmic gait, spending less time searching and more time savoring the rewards. This mastery allows the skunk to remain well-nourished and strong, maintaining its vitality with a quiet, calm dedication that leaves the surrounding forest undisturbed and balanced. Avoiding danger. Experience has taught the mature skunk the wisdom of avoidance. It lives by a philosophy of peace, moving through the world with a heightened awareness that keeps it well away from trouble. It recognizes the distant sound of an approaching threat long before it becomes a reality, and it quietly, unobtrusively shifts its path to remain in the shadows. There is no need for confrontation when one possesses the knowledge to remain unseen. The skunk navigates the night with a cautious elegance, its defensive instincts so finely tuned that they have become a part of its subconscious movement. It is a master of the quiet path, a survivor who understands that the highest form of strength is the ability to navigate the world without ever being noticed. Crossing the seasons. As the years accumulate, the skunk develops a deep, rhythmic connection to the turning of the calendar. It has witnessed many springs, many summers, many autumns, and many winters, each one etching a layer of memory into its spirit. It greets the first cool air of autumn with a sense of familiar readiness, and it welcomes the warmth of spring with the steady expectation of renewal. This continuity provides a bedrock of stability. The world is not a sequence of sudden changes, but a predictable, beautiful loop. The skunk moves through these transitions with a gentle, enduring grace, its life mirroring the steady pulse of the planet itself, remaining constant and true through the endless cycle of the revolving year. A stable life. Stability is the hallmark of the skunk's mature years. It has a home, a territory, and a routine that offers comfort and security. It is not seeking to change the world, nor is it seeking to expand its reach. It is content to occupy its own small, vital corner of the wilderness. This stability allows for a deep, restful existence. The nights are spent in a cycle of productive activity and restorative peace. The skunk is a fixture of the forest, a familiar, silent presence that contributes to the health and harmony of its habitat. It is a life of quiet dignity, where each day, or rather, each night, is a modest victory of survival, lived with an appreciation for the simple, elemental beauty of being alive. Passing the year's time, for the skunk, is measured not in hours, but in the slow, rhythmic accumulation of moonlight. Each year leaves its mark in the silver of its fur, or the slight, practiced economy of its movements. Yet, there is no sense of decay, only a transition into a deeper, more profound state of being. The skunk is a keeper of the forest's secrets, an elder of the meadow who knows the history of every trail and the location of every stream. It carries its history with a quiet, grounded pride. As the years pass, the skunk remains a steadfast, gentle inhabitant of the night, its presence a constant, reassuring hum in the vast, orchestral silence of the world at rest. The seasons turn. Once again, a blooming spring. The forest breathes in a fresh, verdant awakening. Once again, the earth softens under the gentle insistence of the spring rains, and the air becomes thick with the scent of damp moss and wildflowers. For the skunk, now a creature of seasoned maturity, this season brings a sense of quiet familiarity. It moves through the emerging greenery with a slower, more deliberate grace, listening to the return of the songbirds and the rustle of new life. The meadow is once again a tapestry of color, a vibrant, living theater that the skunk observes with the calm patience of an elder. It is a time of renewal that feels deeply comforting, a reminder that the world is resilient and that life, no matter how many times it has turned, always finds a way to blossom in the sun and thrive in the shelter of the dark. A warm summer, as the days stretch into the long golden reach of summer, the skunk settles into the heat of the season. The nights are humid and still, filled with the hum of crickets and the persistent, soothing movement of the evening breeze. The skunk spends its hours in the lush, overgrown corners of the woods, where the vegetation is thick and the soil is cool. It moves with a rhythmic, unhurried pace, enjoying the abundance of the forest and the way the moonlight filters through the dense, heavy canopy. There is a sense of deep contentment in this time. The skunk has no need to rush, no need to prove its place in the world. It simply exists, a steady, calm shadow moving through the warmth, fully integrated into the slow, steady pulse of the summer wilderness. A golden autumn. The air cools, and the forest begins its slow, spectacular transition into the gold and russet of autumn. The skunk watches as the canopy thins, revealing a wider, clearer view of the stars. Gathers its resources with a quiet, practiced efficiency, preparing for the coming chill. There is a melancholy beauty to these nights, as the leaves crunch softly under its paws and the scent of frost begins to edge out the lingering heat of summer. The skunk experiences this change not with alarm, but with a deep, ancestral sense of readiness. It knows the rhythm of the harvest and the wisdom of the den, moving through the falling leaves with a quiet, dignified composure that honors the closing of the year and the approaching time of rest. A quiet winter. The arrival of the snow brings a return to the silence. The world outside the den is muffled, white, and still. The skunk, deep in its sheltered chamber, experiences the winter as a period of profound meditative introspection. It is a time when the external world is forgotten, and all that remains is the slow, steady rhythm of its own heartbeat. These months of hibernation are a necessary, beautiful pause, a chance for the body to renew itself and for the spirit to rest within the earth. In the absolute darkness of its home, the skunk finds a peace that is unmatched, a total surrender to the stillness of the season, knowing that the earth will hold it safe until the light inevitably returns to call it forth. Nature's endless cycle. Watching the seasons turn is to witness a masterpiece of eternal balance. For the skunk, this cycle is the architecture of its entire existence. It has seen the meadows turn from green to gold and back again more times than it can count. This repetition is not a monotony, but a source of immense comfort. It is the proof of the world's stability, a promise that life will continue to cycle forward, forever anchored in the laws of the wild. The skunk is a small part of this grand, unending performance, and it plays its role with a quiet, unwavering dedication. It is the rhythm of the earth itself, a pulse that beats through the skunk's own body, keeping connected to the vast, living landscape that it calls home. The beginning of old age. The first true signs of age are gentle, manifesting as a slight, graceful deceleration in its movements and a preference for the most sheltered paths. The skunk's steps, once brisk, are now paced with a thoughtful, rhythmic care. There is a sense of wisdom in its eyes, a quiet understanding of the forest's many moods. It has earned its rest, and it moves through the night with a reverence for its own history. The transition to this final stage of life is not a decline, but an expansion into a deeper state of being. It is the culmination of a long, peaceful journey, where the skunk carries the memories of 1,000 nights within its spirit, ready to embrace the quiet, slow-moving beauty of its remaining years. The wisdom of quiet years, steps that are slower. The rhythm of the skunk's walk has shifted, becoming even more deliberate, more grounded than ever before. There is no urgency in its movement. It travels with the steady, measured pace of one who has seen the meadow change colors a countless number of times. Each step is a careful placement, a silent dialogue with the earth. The skunk moves with a gentle, rolling grace, navigating the familiar roots and stones with a quiet efficiency that reflects a lifetime of practice. This slowing down is not a struggle, but a harmonious adjustment, a move toward the most essential, peaceful way of being. The forest respects this slow progress, and the skunk moves through the dark as a living part of the landscape, its presence felt in the soft, rhythmic settling of the grass and the faint, earthy scent it leaves in its wake. A lifetime of experience. Every shadow in the forest holds a memory for the skunk. It knows exactly which tunnels are the safest after a heavy rain, and which clearings catch the first warmth of the spring moon. This store of internal knowledge guides its path, allowing it to navigate the complexities of the wild without effort. There is a deep, quiet contentment in this awareness. The skunk doesn't need to explore new territories or push the boundaries of its world. It finds total fulfillment in the richness of what it already understands. Its mind is a map of the landscape, a beautiful, internalized geography that allows it to live with an absolute sense of belonging. This is the wisdom of the elder, the ability to find everything one needs within the space one already knows and loves. Choosing safer paths. The wisdom of age brings a natural preference for the protected routes. The skunk avoids the open, exposed edges of the fields, preferring to stay within the comforting embrace of the hedgerows and the deep, tangled shadows of the understory. It travels along the paths that are shielded by the overhanging branches of ancient trees, moving through the night like a ghost among the leaves. This is not a life governed by fear, but by a refined sense of harmony. It seeks the paths where the air is stillest and the ground is softest, ensuring that its final years are marked by absolute tranquility. By choosing these gentle, sheltered corridors, the skunk preserves its own peace, ensuring that its nightly travels remain a series of quiet, restorative experiences. More time to rest. As the nights progress, the skunk finds itself returning to the den a little sooner and staying within its warm, earthen sanctuary a little longer. It treasures these hours of rest, letting the coolness of the forest be replaced by the dry, grounding comfort of its bedding. It is a time of deep, meditative repose. Inside the den, the skunk curls into a tight, soft ball, letting its body sink into the earth's own cradle. These periods of rest are deeply rejuvenating, a chance for the spirit to expand and for the body to align itself with the slow, pulsing silence of the soil. It is a peaceful, well-earned reprieve, a way of savoring the stillness that the skunk has come to cherish more than anything else in its long, observant life. Peaceful nights. The nights themselves seem to grow quieter, as if the forest is acknowledging the skunk's presence. The moon shines with a soft, steady light, and the wind moves through the canopy with a gentle, lulling sound. The skunk spends its time in the small, quiet rituals that have defined its existence. A short, successful forage, a pause to sniff the damp air, and a slow, waddling stroll through the familiar meadow. There is a profound sense of grace in these final, active nights. The skunk is in total equilibrium with its surroundings, a quiet observer of the nocturnal world. It is a time of profound stillness, where the skunk lives in the beauty of the present, unburdened by the future and completely at ease in the familiar velvet darkness of its home. The final winter, as another winter approaches, the skunk prepares for its long sleep with a sense of gentle, natural finality. It readies the den with soft, fresh bedding, moving with a quiet, ritualistic care. It knows the cycle better than any other creature, and it understands that the time for rest is coming. There is no resistance, only a deep, abiding sense of trust. It settles into the nest, its breathing slow and rhythmic, its body warm and secure in the heart of the earth. The frost may gather on the ground above, and the wind may howl through the leafless trees, but inside, there is only the silence of the den. The skunk drifts into a sleep that is deeper and more peaceful than any it has known before, wrapped in the eternal, patient embrace of the world it has called home for so many years. One last walk beneath the moon, a gentle breeze. The night is exceptionally still, carrying a cool, crisp sweetness that whispers of the changing seasons. High above, the moon hangs like a polished silver disc, bathing the forest in a soft, ethereal glow that turns every leaf and blade of grass into a delicate work of art. The skunk stirs, feeling a familiar call to explore, a final invitation from the land it has known so well. The air moves through the trees with a soft, melodic sigh, as if the forest itself is leaning in to watch. It is a night of profound beauty, where the veil between the earth and the sky feels thin and light, and the silence is not empty, but full of the quiet, resonant peace of a long life drawing to its natural, gentle completion. grass swaying softly. As the skunk emerges from its den, the tall grasses of the meadow reach out to greet it. They sway in the gentle rhythm of the breeze, a sea of silver and shadow that feels like a soft, welcoming blanket. The skunk moves with a familiar, slow waddle, its feet finding the well-worn paths that have been etched into the soil by years of steady, rhythmic passage. Every blade of grass against its fur feels like a memory, a touch that speaks of spring rain, summer heat, and the quiet resilience of the wild. It pauses, listening to the soft rustle, a sound that has been the constant soundtrack of its existence. There is no struggle here, only a sense of profound, quiet belonging, as if the meadow itself is opening its arms to embrace the traveler. One final journey. This walk is not about foraging or survival, it is a walk of reflection. The skunk wanders toward the edge of the stream, where the water catches the moonlight in shimmering diamonds. It moves with a lightness that belies its age, every step a quiet tribute to the beauty of the nocturnal world. It stops to sniff the air, catching the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming flowers and the deep, rich aroma of the damp earth. It is a sensory farewell, a way of gathering the essence of the forest one last time. There is a deep, abiding contentment in this progress, a sense that the journey has been full, purposeful, and profoundly peaceful. The skunk is not lost, it is simply completing the circle, moving with grace toward the ultimate quiet, a body growing still. As the skunk reaches a sheltered grove beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak, it finds a perfect, moss-covered hollow. The air here is perfectly still, protected by the sturdy wood, and the ground is soft and welcoming. The skunk settles down, its legs tucking neatly beneath it, its bushy tail curling around its body for the final time. The energy of the night begins to ebb, replaced by a deep, expansive sense of relief. The world around it seems to hold its breath, the leaves momentarily motionless, the stream hushed to a whisper. The skunk closes its eyes, its breathing slowing to match the pulse of the earth as the weight of the years fades into a soft, drifting sensation of weightlessness and profound, endless rest. Nature continues its journey, while the small, quiet life in the hollow grows still. The world around it remains vibrantly, beautifully alive. An owl drifts silently through the canopy, its wings barely disturbing the air. The stream continues its endless song, and the wind continues its soft nocturnal dance through the branches. The forest is an ongoing story, a cycle of life that never truly pauses. The skunk, having played its part with such dignity and patience, now returns its energy to the very earth that sustained it. There is no grief in this transition. It is as natural as the falling of a leaf or the fading of the stars at dawn. The forest holds this moment in a sacred, silent space, honoring the small traveler that has returned to its embrace. A peaceful ending. The moonlight fades, and the darkness becomes deep and velvety, a blanket of absolute serenity. There is no pain, no fear, only a quiet, total unfolding into the silence. The skunk has reached the final shore of its journey, a place of rest that feels like coming home. In this final, peaceful ending, the skunk is finally at one with the totality of the wild. It has lived, it has wandered, and it has found its peace. As the night deepens, the spirit of the forest seems to whisper a soft, gentle acknowledgement, a lullaby for the traveler who has finished its long, beautiful walk. Everything is as it should be, held in the quiet, tender, and eternal arms of the nature that the skunk always loved. The forest breathes again. The young have become adults. As the seasons continue their inevitable turn, the memory of the past gives way to the vibrant energy of the present. The young ones, who once huddled in the safety of the dark den, have grown into sturdy, independent creatures. They walk the same trails their mother once paced, their movements echoing the familiar, rhythmic waddle that is the signature of their kind. They possess a natural confidence, a quiet resilience forged by the lessons of the meadow and the wisdom of the forest. They are the new masters of these paths, moving with the same grace and steady focus, their presence ensuring that the story of their ancestors continues to unfold in the silence of the night, their shadows stretching long and sure across the moonlit ground. The meadows welcome spring. A new spring has arrived, and the meadows are bursting with life once again. The earth is warm, the air is fragrant, and the cycle of growth is in full, radiant bloom. The forest floor is a patchwork of wildflowers and new shoots, a landscape reborn after the long winter. This renewal is the forest's way of honoring the life that has come before, turning the nourishment of the past into the vitality of the present. Every living thing participates in this awakening, the trees, the insects, the birds, and the skunks, all moving in harmony with the gentle, persistent pulse of the season. It is a time of hope and vitality, where the world feels wide open and ready for the unfolding of new stories. Life continues. There is a profound, soothing truth in the realization that life, while individual and fleeting, is part of something far greater and more enduring. The forest does not mourn, it breathes, it grows, and it moves forward. The streams continue to run, the stars continue to watch, and the night continues to hold its secrets. This continuity is the most comforting aspect of the natural world. It reminds us that our own journeys are threads in a vast, intricate tapestry that never ceases to be woven. As the young skunks forage in the cool night air, they are the living proof that the essence of life remains, constant and true, despite the turning of the years. A new generation with the same white tail under the soft glow of the moon. A white tail appears once more, flickering through the tall, swaying grasses. It is a familiar sight, a stripe, a mark of identity, a link to all those who traveled these paths before. This new generation carries the same characteristics, the same gentle demeanor, and the same quiet strength as those who came before them. It is a beautiful, rhythmic repetition, a way for the forest to preserve its history through the living presence of its inhabitants. Seeing that white flash in the darkness brings a sense of profound peace. It is a reassurance that the beauty of the wild is preserved, protected, and passed down, as steady and reliable as the moon itself. A cycle without end. This is the great comforting wisdom of nature. The cycle is absolute, and it is without end. Every beginning is rooted in a previous ending, and every ending is the soil from which a new beginning grows. The skunk's story is not a single, isolated path, but a circular journey, a dance that mirrors the orbit of the planets and the rotation of the seasons. It is a journey that requires no destination other than the continuation of life itself. As the young ones grow, they will one day have their own young, and the rhythm will continue, a heartbeat that echoes through the ages, quiet, persistent, and perfectly, divinely balanced. The beginning of another story. The night is once again calm, the world settling into its natural, nocturnal rhythm. A new chapter is being written in the dust of the trail and the scent of the clover. The forest is preparing for the next sequence of events, and there is a sense of calm anticipation in the air. For the listener, the story of the individual skunk has reached its rest, but the story of the wild is just beginning again. It is a fresh start, a clean page in the book of the night, inviting us to watch, to listen, and to find our own peace within the gentle, never-ending song of the natural world. When the white-tail returns to the moonlight over the forest. The night has returned to its deepest, most peaceful state. Above the whispering canopy of the forest, The moon reigns supreme, a luminous orb that bathes the world in a gentle, silver luminescence. There is a stillness in the air that feels almost sacred, a silence that invites the weary mind to let go of every lingering thought. The world is bathed in the cool, quiet light of potential, where the shadows are not dark or threatening, but soft, velvet cradles of rest. Everything is calm. The trees stand as silent sentinels, and the meadows are vast, open plains of serenity. In this hour, the forest is a place of absolute safety, a sanctuary where time seems to hold its breath, waiting for the gentle rhythm of life to continue its slow, beautiful dance. A tiny shadow moves through the grass, near the edge of the familiar clearing, where the dew clings to the blades of grass like scattered diamonds. A soft movement catches the light. It is a small, flickering shape, a tiny, bushy tail tipped with the softest white, swaying in the cool night breeze. It is a new explorer, a young skunk no larger than a handful of earth, taking its very first steps into the vastness of the world. Its movements are tentative, a series of small, rhythmic waddles through the silver grass. It stops frequently, its nose twitching with a mixture of wonder and innate curiosity, processing the complex, beautiful map of scents that the night has laid out for it. It is a creature of the dark, perfectly at home in the quiet, and it moves with the innocent confidence of the new. The whisper of the wind. The breeze moves through the meadow, a soft, sighing breath that carries the scent of damp soil and the promise of a long, peaceful night. It brushes against the ears of the little traveler, a gentle, tactile greeting from the world it is just beginning to know. The sound of the wind is a lullaby, a soft, rhythmic humming that ties the earth and the sky together. It is a sound of immense comfort, the same sound that has lulled countless generations to sleep in the protection of the forest. As the wind plays through the grass, it seems to murmur of the history that lies beneath the soil, a history of growth, of survival, and of the quiet, enduring grace that has defined the night for eons. A new beginning. This tiny visitor represents the heart of the cycle. It is a new beginning, a fresh soul ready to learn the paths and the rhythms of the wild. As it wanders closer to the center of the meadow, it is guided by the same ancient instincts that guided its ancestors. There is no fear in its heart, only a quiet, unfolding awareness. It is a symbol of hope and of the constant, beautiful renewal of the natural world. Watching it move, one feels the tension of the day dissolve entirely. The past is gathered into the soil, and the future is here, in the form of this small, steady wanderer, stepping forward into the moonlight with the quiet determination to find its own way through the darkness. Nature's quiet peace. The entire forest seems to conspire to protect this moment. The hoot of an owl is distant and soft, a reminder of the vast, interconnected web of life that moves in concert under the stars. The stream continues its gentle, melodic journey over the stones, providing a steady, reliable rhythm that soothes the spirit. In the presence of this tiny, white-tailed traveler, the world feels perfectly ordered. There is a deep, profound peace that settles over the landscape, a sense that everything is in its proper place. The cycle has returned to its starting point, full of grace, full of life, and held firmly in the gentle, eternal hands of nature's own quiet, restorative balance. A night that never truly ends. As the little skunk finds a comfortable spot in the soft, clover-covered grass and curls into a tiny, sleeping ball, the forest breathes a sigh of contentment. The night is a cycle that never truly ends. It merely transitions from one heartbeat to the next. The moon continues to watch over the meadow, its light a constant, guiding presence for all who wander in the dark. You, too, can now let go, drifting into the same deep, healing rest as the young traveler. The forest is vast, the earth is warm, and the cycle of life is a gentle, unending cradle. Sleep now, held in the quiet, moonlit peace of the woods, where the white tail will always be there, flickering in the shadows, marking the beautiful, eternal rhythm of the night. Move the grass before sunrise. A whisper travels across the meadow. It is not the sound of the wind, nor the rustle of leaves falling from the distant trees. It is something softer, a rhythmic, intentional movement that brushes against the dew-laden blades of grass. Before the first amber glow of the sun touches the horizon, the world is held in a silver stillness. The cool dampness of the night still clings to the clover, and the earth breathes a heavy, quiet mist. In this fragile transition between darkness and light, there is a secret movement. A tiny, unseen presence ripples through the vegetation, disturbing the beads of moisture that cling to the stalks. It is a presence that belongs to the dawn, a flicker of life so subtle that it might be mistaken for a dream. The meadow is a vast sea of emerald and gray, waiting for the waking world. Within this ocean of grass, a tiny shadow shifts. It does not bolt, it does not rush. It moves with a cautious, delicate grace, navigating the labyrinth of stems that tower above it like ancient pillars. For a fleeting second, the shadow pauses. The silence of the pre-dawn hours is absolute, save for the faint, steady heartbeat of the meadow itself. This creature, small and compact, is a master of invisibility. It blends into the textures of the earth, its silhouette softened by the haze. It is a moment of pure, undisturbed peace, where the creature stands as a sentinel of the morning, watching the sky begin to turn from indigo to a soft, promising violet. We catch only a glimpse of a twitching ear, silhouetted against the dimming moonlight. There is a sense of intelligence in that small gesture, a quiet alertness that bridges the gap between the wild and the observer. As the darkness recedes, we begin to distinguish the features of this inhabitant of the meadow. It is an animal born of patience and instinct, a creature whose very existence is a testament to the endurance of nature. As it shifts its weight, the dew spills from the grass, falling like tiny diamonds onto the soil. The creature remains still, blending perfectly with the shadows, an inseparable part of the landscape it calls home. It is our first encounter with the rabbit, a gentle spirit of the fields. To understand this small life, we must look far beyond the current sunrise. We must travel back through the corridors of deep time, to an era millions of years before the first human walked these paths. The ancestors of our rabbit were once small, agile creatures scurrying through prehistoric forests, adapting to environments that were as harsh as they were bountiful. Through eons of evolution, they refined their senses and their speed, becoming the ultimate survivors of the open plains. Their story is written in the very structure of their bones and the instincts that guide them. They have witnessed the rise and fall of great forests and the slow carving of rivers, always remaining a constant, rhythmic pulse in the heartbeat of the natural world. These ancient lineages spread across the continents, finding niches in landscapes ranging from sun-drenched savannas to the sheltered edges of dense woodlands. They carried with them a blueprint for survival, a legacy of keen hearing, soft-footed movement, and a profound connection to the rhythm of the earth. As they migrated and adapted, they shaped the meadows they inhabited, their presence influencing the growth of plants and the movement of the ecosystem. They became the quiet architects of the fields, their existence woven into the soil, the clover, and the changing cycles of the seasons. Their history is not recorded in stone, but in the enduring habit of the rabbit to always return to the meadow at dawn. The sky is now a pale, soft gold. The long-awaited light of the morning begins to touch the tips of the grass, turning the dew into a field of sparkling stars. The creature before us stands ready, its senses tuned to the song of the rising day. The mystery of the dawn is solved, yet the magic remains. A new life, a new day, and a new cycle are beginning under the vast, open sky. The rabbit turns, its movements as fluid as the breeze, and begins its journey through the morning. Here, in the heart of the whispering meadow, the story unfolds, grounded in the ancient wisdom of a species that knows exactly how to live in harmony with the turning of the earth. A body designed for agility and speed. The physical form of the rabbit is a masterpiece of natural engineering, meticulously crafted for a life spent on the edge of awareness. At the very top of its head, two elongated ears stand like velvet sentinels, capable of rotating independently to capture the slightest vibration. These ears are not merely for hearing. They are sophisticated instruments that scan the surroundings, tuned to the frequency of the meadow. Within their delicate structure, a complex network of blood vessels helps regulate the rabbit's temperature, allowing it to stay cool under the heat of the summer sun or to radiate warmth as the seasons shift. They are constantly in motion, twitching and turning to follow the hidden melodies of the grass, reflecting an internal state of calm alertness. Below these sensitive ears, two wide, dark eyes are positioned on the sides of the head. This anatomical placement grants the rabbit a nearly panoramic view of its world, offering a sense of security that few other creatures possess. It can see behind itself without turning its head, a silent observer of every movement in the field. These eyes are adapted for the soft light of dawn and dusk, capturing depth and shadow with remarkable clarity. Even while grazing, the rabbit is never truly distracted. Its gaze is a gentle, sweeping arc that holds the entire horizon in its soft focus. It is this wide-angle perspective that allows it to live with such profound grace, always feeling the space around it as much as it sees it. The nose of the rabbit is perhaps its most restless feature, a constant flickering movement that reads the air. Every twitch is a deep investigation, a way of gathering information about the world that remains invisible to others. It detects the scent of damp clover, the arrival of rain from miles away, and the subtle shifts in the meadow's chemistry. This sensory organ is the rabbit's primary connection to the hidden stories of the landscape. Through scent, it learns of who has passed through the grass and what plants are at their peak of freshness. The nose serves as a compass, guiding the rabbit toward safety and sustenance, turning the simple act of breathing into an ongoing process of gathering knowledge about its environment. When the moment calls for movement, the true power of the rabbit is revealed in its hind legs. These limbs, longer and more muscular than the front, are built like coiled springs. They are the source of the rabbit's signature grace, the explosive, rhythmic hop that allows it to cover ground with startling efficiency. Whether moving with a slow, meditative pace or vanishing in a sudden blur of speed, the rabbit's gait is a testament to the harmony between power and control. These legs are not just for running, they are the foundation of a life lived in balance. With every push against the soft earth, the rabbit moves with a quiet, efficient fluidness, barely disturbing the surface of the meadow as it navigates the terrain. Complementing this structure is a coat of fur as soft as morning mist and as resilient as the grasses it hides within. This fur serves as a protective cloak, providing insulation against the biting cold of winter and a cooling layer during the warmer months. Its colors, dappled browns, soft grays, and muted whites, allow the rabbit to melt into the earth, becoming nearly indistinguishable from the shadows in the soil. And at the end of its compact frame, the small, fluffy tail provides a touch of character. Though subtle, it is a marker of its presence, a soft puff of white that often flickers as a signal to others, a quiet communication in the secret language of the fields. In this design, there is a perfect, undeniable balance. Every feature, from the length of the ear to the strength of the leg, is optimized for a life of gentle navigation. The rabbit does not dominate its environment. It exists in a state of mutual flow with it. Its body is not a weapon of confrontation, but a vessel for survival and peace. As it sits quietly in the meadow, absorbing the early light, it is a living example of how nature shapes a creature to fit exactly into its niche. It is a harmonious existence, where the design of the individual reflects the spirit of the entire meadow, creating a life that is as elegant as it is resilient. Senses that listen to the meadow's whispers. To live in the meadow is to live in a world of constant, subtle sound. For the rabbit, the world is never truly silent. Its ears, those velvet soft receivers, are tuned to the delicate frequencies of the earth. It hears the snapping of a dry twig from a distance, the distant rustle of wings high above, and the rhythmic pulse of insects hidden deep within the stalks. It does not merely hear these things, it interprets them, categorizing every vibration into safety or curiosity. This auditory landscape is the foundation of the rabbit's quiet confidence, allowing it to navigate the field with the knowledge that it is never caught unaware. It listens to the meadow as if reading a story, translating every shift in the air into a map of its surroundings. The sense of smell is equally vital, acting as a constant flow of information that paints a picture of the invisible world. As the rabbit moves, its nose flutters with rapid intensity, sampling the air for the sense of growth and change. It can distinguish the sweetness of blooming wildflowers from the musky scent of damp earth, and it can detect the faint, lingering traces of its own kind. This olfactory map helps the rabbit stay grounded, connecting it to the history of the meadow. It knows where the clover is sweetest and where the ground holds the most moisture. By reading the air, the rabbit transforms the vast, open space into a series of familiar rooms, each filled with stories told through scent. Vision provides the final layer of this sensory tapestry. While the rabbit's eyes are wide and positioned for a panoramic view, they are also highly sensitive to movement. The world it sees is a panoramic vista of changing light and shadow. It does not focus on the sharp, static details that humans often prioritize. Instead, it observes the flow of the landscape. A single blade of grass swaying against the pattern of the wind is instantly noted. This wide-angle awareness allows the rabbit to perceive the entire meadow as a singular, living entity. It is a state of constant, gentle vigilance, where the rabbit remains tethered to the horizon, seeing everything while appearing to look at nothing at all. Beyond the eyes, ears, and nose, the rabbit possesses a secondary layer of awareness through its long, sensitive whiskers. These fine, hair-like structures are more than just features of its face. They are tactile antennae. As it moves through the thickets or enters the narrow openings of its burrows, the whiskers provide essential feedback about the space it occupies. They allow the rabbit to navigate the dark, enclosed world of its tunnels with total precision, sensing the texture of the soil and the width of the passage. In the dim light of the evening, these whiskers reach out to touch the world, ensuring that the rabbit is always in harmony with its physical environment, never colliding with the hidden obstacles of the wild. This immense sensory capacity is balanced by a quiet, inherent caution. The rabbit does not move through the meadow with the frantic energy of a creature in fear. Rather, it moves with the deliberate patience of one who is deeply connected to its surroundings. It is the art of quiet vigilance. It may pause for minutes, ears held high, simply processing the data provided by the breeze. It does not rush into the unknown. This cautious nature is not a sign of anxiety, but of wisdom, a deep-seated understanding that safety is found in the stillness. It is a peaceful way of existing where the rabbit remains a silent observer, choosing its path with a calm, methodical grace that ensures its continued presence in the meadow. As the sun begins to climb higher, casting longer, softer shadows across the grass, the rabbit prepares for its first major journey of the day. It has spent the early hours gathering the wisdom of the morning, its senses fully calibrated to the world. With a final, gentle twitch of its nose, it decides to step beyond the familiar shelter of its resting place. It is a moment of small, courageous exploration, a movement from the known into the slightly more open expanse of the field. Each hop is deliberate, a soft rhythmic thud against the cooling soil, as the rabbit begins its first true excursion of the day, fully awake, fully aware, and perfectly in sync with the whispering rhythm of the meadow. Between peaceful meadows and quiet forests, the landscape that cradles the rabbit is a tapestry of shifting light and textures. The meadow is the heart of its world, a vast open expanse where the grass grows thick and lush, swaying in the gentle rhythms of the breeze. Here, the clover spreads like a carpet, offering both a source of sustenance and a soft, fragrant bed for the rabbit to rest upon. The meadow is not just a place of food, it is a space of freedom. In the early morning light, the tall stalks provide a gentle canopy, masking the movements of the small creature as it navigates the terrain. It is a place where the earth feels soft underfoot, a verdant sanctuary that holds the warmth of the sun and the cooling touch of the evening dew. Beyond the open reaches of the meadow, the terrain gently transforms into the edges of the forest. This transition zone, known as the ecotone, is a place of profound comfort for the rabbit. Here, the trees offer a protective shadow, and the undergrowth is dense with shrubs and brambles. It is a boundary where the open sky meets the shelter of the branches, providing a crucial layer of security. The rabbit prefers these fringes, where it can venture out into the sunlight to feed and then retreat into the cool, dappled shade of the trees when the midday heat begins to climb. This edge is a world of contrast, balancing the exposure of the field with the sanctuary of the wood. Hidden beneath the roots of the ancient trees and the thick patches of ferns are the burrows, the rabbit's true home. These tunnels are marvels of architecture, carved with precision into the firm, cool soil. They serve as a labyrinth of safety, designed to maintain a consistent temperature throughout the changing seasons. Inside, the air is still and quiet, untouched by the biting winds of winter or the scorching glare of summer. The burrows are more than just places to hide. They are the heart of the family, where the earth provides a deep, grounding embrace. The rabbit moves through these passages with an intuitive memory, knowing every turn and every soft-edged chamber by heart. In the wild fields that stretch toward the horizon, the rabbit finds a variety of landscapes that serve its needs. There are patches of rocky ground where the sun lingers, and areas of low-lying, damp earth where the richest herbs thrive. Each part of the meadow holds a different secret, a different scent, and a different opportunity for discovery. The rabbit is not a creature of one single spot. It is a wanderer of its own territory. It knows the paths through the tall fescue and the hidden trails that lead around the stubborn thickets. It is a life lived in accordance with the topography of the land, moving in harmony with the natural curves and hollows of the world. Choosing a place of rest is an art form for the rabbit. It seeks out sites that offer a view of the surroundings while providing immediate access to cover. Whether it is a shallow depression in the earth hidden by a tuft of long grass or a secluded nook near the base of a wild rose bush, the location is always chosen with deliberate care. The rabbit looks for balance, a spot where it can feel the sun on its fur but still remain invisible to the passing world. This choice reflects a deep sense of intuition, a natural understanding of how to blend into the landscape until the rabbit becomes as indistinguishable from the earth as the stones and the stalks themselves. As the season begins to turn, The rabbit starts to anticipate the coming of spring. It senses the change in the air, the subtle warming of the soil, and the lengthening of the shadows. Even in the height of the current season, the rabbit is preparing, refining its knowledge of the terrain and strengthening its connection to the refuge of its burrows. It is a patient existence, waiting for the cycle to renew. Confident in the knowledge that its home is secure, the meadow and the forest are its constants, a steady backdrop to its life. The rabbit sits in the quiet transition of the afternoon, watching the world shift, ready for the cycle of growth that will soon bring new life to the whispering meadow. Born beneath the grass, as the air softens and the first whispers of spring stir the dormant earth, a quiet transformation begins within the meadow. The cycle of life is ready to turn, dictated by the lengthening days and the subtle, intoxicating fragrance of budding clover. This is the season of renewal, a time when the rabbit's instincts guide it toward the fundamental purpose of its existence, the continuity of its kind. The meadow, once a place of solitary wanderings, becomes the stage for a new chapter. The rhythm of the days shifts, and the rabbit moves with a sense of purpose that is both ancient and urgent, a deep, biological clock signaling that the time for new life is near. Following a brief and gentle period of connection, the female rabbit begins her most important task. She is a solitary architect, driven by a powerful maternal instinct that has been refined over millennia. Unlike some creatures that choose deep, permanent dens, she selects a quiet, secluded spot within the tall grasses, a place where the earth is rich and undisturbed. She begins to dig with purposeful, steady strokes, creating a shallow, hidden chamber. This is not the grand, sprawling network of the main burrow, but a specialized sanctuary, a cradle designed to hold and protect the fragile beginning of a new generation. It is a work of love, hidden away from the prying eyes of the world. To make this space a true home, she engages in a selfless act of preparation. She pulls soft, downy fur from her own chest, a delicate layer of insulation that she meticulously lines the nest with. This fur is warm and remarkably soft, forming a protective, velvet-like barrier against the cooling touch of the soil. Into this, she weaves dried grasses and soft mosses, creating a nest that is both a cocoon and a sanctuary. The effort is exhausting, yet she works with a calm, focused intensity. Every strand of fur and every piece of grass is placed to ensure that the environment within the nest is perfect, stable, and deeply comforting. Then comes the moment of birth. In the quiet, shadowed interior of the nest, the new lives arrive. They are tiny, fragile beings, hairless and with eyes firmly closed, yet they are greeted by the warmth of the fur-lined chamber. They are nestled closely together, a small, shivering cluster of life that depends entirely on the protection of their mother. The air in the nest is still and carries the scent of life and renewal. The mother rests beside them, her presence a shield against the vastness of the outside world. This is the beginning of their journey, a quiet, sheltered entrance into a world they are not yet ready to see, but which is already providing for their needs. The warmth of the mother's fur and the insulated walls of the nest create a microclimate where the tiny ones can thrive. She leaves them only for short periods to feed, returning with a quiet, efficient grace to tend to them. Her care is constant, defined by a series of subtle movements and the rhythmic, grounding presence of her body. She keeps the nest clean and undisturbed, maintaining the secrecy of their location with a vigilance that is both fierce and remarkably calm. The little ones, though still developing, respond to her presence, sensing the safety she provides. In this secret pocket of the meadow, the future of the species begins to unfold, hidden beneath the swaying grass. This is the beginning of life in its purest form. while the outside world continues its grand cycle, the wind blowing through the trees, the sun rising and setting, the meadow waking from its winter slumber. These small lives are cradled in the dark, warm heart of the earth. They are the promise of the coming year, the next heartbeat in the rhythm of the whispering meadow. As the days grow longer and the scent of spring flowers fills the air, the mother remains the silent guardian of this tiny, budding future. She is the bridge between the past and the generations to come, ensuring that the dance of life continues in the soft, green silence of the fields. A first look at the world. Days pass within the hidden sanctuary, a period of quiet growth fueled by the mother's selfless devotion. Inside the fur-lined chamber, the tiny kits begin to change. The velvet softness of their skin is slowly replaced by a coat of fine, downy fur, and their strength gradually increases. Their breathing becomes steadier, and the small, instinctive movements they make reflect a growing connection to the world around them. It is a time of gentle transition, where the darkness of the nest is slowly filled with the faint vibrations of the meadow above. Their ears, once folded against their heads, begin to sharpen, listening for the soft, rhythmic presence of their mother as she returns to them. Then, one morning, the veil is lifted. The kits, guided by an innate curiosity, begin to open their eyes. The first thing they encounter is the soft, dappled light filtering through the grass, a golden glow that marks their true introduction to the world. For a moment, they are motionless, blinking against the unfamiliar brightness. The world is suddenly much larger than the walls of their nest. It is a vast expanse of emerald stalks and shifting shadows. This is the moment of awakening, where the boundaries of their existence expand to encompass the meadow. They look out with wonder, their senses overwhelmed by the new sensations of fresh air and the wide, open sky. Stepping out from the safety of the nest is a tentative process. The kits move with a wobbly, uncertain grace, their small paws touching the earth for the first time. The texture of the soil, the coolness of the dew, and the rustle of the clover are all new experiences. They emerge from the burrow entrance like small, furry shadows, staying close to the protected cover of the tall grass. Their mother remains nearby, a calm and watchful presence. She does not force them, she encourages them with soft nudges and quiet movements, guiding them through the first few steps of their discovery. Every blade of grass is a marvel, every scent a new discovery to be sampled. They quickly begin to recognize the scent of the meadow. It is a complex bouquet of blooming wildflowers, damp earth, and the faint, sweet aroma of clover. They learn to identify the path back to the safety of the nest, their instincts already beginning to map the immediate surroundings. The mother teaches them how to freeze when the wind changes or when a sudden movement occurs, a silent lesson in the art of stillness. This is the foundation of their education, a series of instinctive behaviors that will define their lives. They are not just learning to move, they are learning to exist in harmony with the rhythm of the field. Play becomes a vital part of their development. As their confidence grows, the kits begin to chase one another through the clover, their movements becoming more fluid and agile. They hop with a playful, awkward energy, tumbling over each other in the tall grass. This play is not merely for joy, it is practice. They are refining their muscles, testing their speed, and learning how to change direction in an instant. The meadow becomes a playground, a space where they can explore the boundaries of their physical abilities. Under the watchful eye of their mother, they build the strength and coordination they will need to navigate the world as adults. As the sun begins to climb, marking the shift into the full, vibrant days of summer, the kits are no longer helpless newborns. They are becoming active participants in the life of the meadow. The grass is now their kingdom, and every day brings new adventures. The mother watches them with a quiet sense of fulfillment, knowing that she has successfully ushered them into the cycle of life. The summer heat begins to settle over the field, a warm, golden blanket that invites them to grow and thrive. They are the new heartbeat of the whispering meadow, a living testament to the endurance of their kind and the timeless grace of the seasons, hopping across the grass. Movement for the rabbit is an art form, a symphony of coordination and silent grace. As the young ones grow into their limbs, they begin to mimic the fluid patterns of their mother. Each step is no longer a clumsy tumble, but a deliberate, light-footed placement of paws upon the earth. They move with a natural elegance, their bodies coiled and ready. A hop, when executed correctly, is almost invisible. It is a swift, spring-like transition from one point to another, leaving hardly a trace behind. The grass beneath them barely ripples, and the soil remains undisturbed, a testament to the lightness that defines their existence in the meadow. The quickness of their hops is their greatest defense and their most joyful expression. When the mood strikes, they engage in sudden, explosive leaps, clearing patches of clover in a single, graceful arc. It is a dance of agility, a way to test their boundaries and revel in their newfound strength. These movements are never chaotic. Even at speed, they maintain a sense of balance that is breathtaking. They move in rhythmic pulses, a blur of fur and soft sound, weaving through the tall stalks with a precision that speaks of deep, ancestral knowledge. It is a rhythmic flow, a language of the legs that speaks of freedom and vitality. One of the most remarkable aspects of their movement is the ability to change direction in an instant. A rabbit does not move in a straight line. It moves in angles and curves, turning on a dime without breaking its stride. This talent is essential, a survival skill that has been passed down through countless generations. Whether they are playfully dodging a sibling or adjusting their path toward a patch of sweet grass, the shift is seamless. It is as if they are thinking their way into the next movement, the body following the intuition of the mind in a single, unified gesture of effortless coordination. As the day progresses and the sun moves higher, the need for efficiency takes over. The playtime transitions into the serious work of exploration and foraging. They navigate back toward the deeper, more secluded parts of their territory, moving with a cautious, steady gait. They have learned that the safest path is often the one that stays close to the shadows. Each hop is calculated, followed by a momentary pause, a tiny, stillness-filled breath, where they listen to the heartbeat of the meadow. This pause and move rhythm is the heartbeat of their day, a sequence that ensures they remain in constant communication with their environment. When the sun finally dips below the horizon, bathing the meadow in the long, violet shadows of dusk, the rabbit prepares for rest. They return to the familiar ground near their burrow, where the soil is cool and the scent of home is strongest. The activity of the day slowly fades into the quietude of the evening. They settle into the grass, folding their legs neatly beneath them, their bodies relaxing into the earth. It is an earned stillness, a moment of profound peace where the world slows down. The transition from the active, hopping life of the day to the calm, resting state of the evening is as natural as the setting of the sun. Another summer day draws to a close, leaving the meadow filled with the gentle hum of nocturnal life. The young ones, now slightly more experienced and significantly more confident, drift into a quiet sleep, their ears still twitching slightly as they dream of the vast, open fields. The meadow itself seems to breathe with them, a soft, rhythmic exhale that settles over the land. They are part of a cycle that is as ancient as the soil beneath them, a perpetual motion of life, growth, and rest. In the heart of the whispering meadow, the rhythm of the hop continues, carrying the legacy of the past into the promise of tomorrow. The language of silence. In the quiet world of the meadow, sound is used with extraordinary restraint. Rabbits are masters of the unspoken, relying on a sophisticated language of the body to convey intention, warning, or affection. The movement of their ears is their most expressive tool. A slight forward tilt indicates curiosity or focus on a new scent, while ears pressed flat against the back suggest a desire for total invisibility or a response to a distant, unsettling noise. These subtle adjustments are constant, a silent conversation occurring between the members of the family as they graze. It is a language of nuances, where a single flick of an ear communicates more than any vocalization ever could. Communication often takes place through the ground itself. When a rabbit senses a shift in the atmosphere, a potential threat, or an alert to be vigilant, it performs a sharp, rhythmic thump with its powerful hind legs. This impact travels through the soil, a vibration felt by others long before it is heard. It is a primal, urgent signal that commands immediate attention, prompting the group to pause and scan the horizon. This percussive language is the foundation of their collective safety. It is not an alarm that causes panic, but a clear, authoritative cue that synchronizes their focus, turning the family into a single, cohesive unit of awareness. When they are close together, the language becomes one of scent and gentle contact. Rabbits use specialized glands to mark their territory and their companions, creating an olfactory signature that defines their social circle. A soft, nuzzling touch, a nose brushing against another's cheek, is a gesture of bonding and reassurance. This is the way they greet one another after a period of separation or offer comfort when the meadow grows dark. These scents tell a story of belonging, identifying friends and family in the vast, emerald landscape. It is a sensory map of relationships, built on the invisible threads of pheromones that linger on the stalks of grass. The role of the mother remains central to this silent dialogue. She leads not through force, but through the calm consistency of her actions. When she moves toward a new patch of clover, the others follow, sensing her confidence. When she remains motionless, they do the same, trusting her judgment. Her presence is a constant, reassuring anchor. She communicates through her poise, showing her young how to navigate the challenges of the meadow with grace rather than haste. This maternal guidance is the silent curriculum through which the next generation learns the intricate, unspoken rules of their world. Silence is their most powerful form of protection. In a field where larger creatures might rely on noise or scent trails, the rabbit chooses to vanish into the landscape. By remaining still and keeping their movements fluid and noiseless, they effectively disappear from the notice of others. This chosen quietude is a way of life. It allows them to remain undisturbed, preserving the peace of the meadow while maintaining their own safety. The silence is not an emptiness, it is a full, vibrant presence that requires a high degree of discipline and sensitivity to maintain. It is the wisdom of the meadow, captured in a single, breath-held moment. As the evening air cools and the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, the communication between the family shifts to a slower, more rhythmic pace. They settle into the tall grass, their movements synchronized by the approaching night. The thumping has ceased, and the ear signals have become infrequent, replaced by a shared, meditative state of being. It is a peaceful evening, where the language of silence binds them together in the darkness. They are united by the meadow, by their shared history, and by the quiet, enduring grace of their existence, waiting for the moon to rise over their hidden, whispering home, searching for food. The search for food is the primary rhythm of the rabbit's day, an activity that blends necessity with the gentle exploration of the meadow. As the sun dips low, Painting the grass in shades of gold and amber, the rabbits emerge from their sheltered spots. Their diet is a diverse selection of the meadow's offerings, starting with the tender, succulent blades of grass that provide the foundation of their nourishment. They move with a measured pace, carefully selecting the freshest shoots, their noses constantly twitching to assess the quality of the vegetation. Each bite is taken with intention, a quiet harvest of the earth's bounty that sustains their active lives. Beyond the common grasses, they seek out the clover, a favorite treat that is both sweet and nutrient-rich. Clover patches are often the centerpiece of their foraging sessions, areas where they gather in a loose, comfortable formation to feed. They also nibble on wild herbs and delicate flowering plants that appear throughout the seasons, adding variety to their intake. This grazing behavior is not a frantic rush, but a deliberate, meditative process. They spend long periods in one spot, methodically clearing a patch of its most palatable greens before moving with a soft, fluid hop to the next inviting cluster of foliage. As the seasons transition and the world outside the meadow begins to shift, the rabbit's menu changes. In the colder months, when the green growth slows, they adapt with remarkable resilience. They turn their attention to the bark of young shrubs and the twigs of hardy bushes that skirt the forest edge. This tougher, fiber-rich diet is essential for the health of their teeth, which grow continuously throughout their lives. They know exactly which barks hold the most moisture and which woody stems are softest to gnaw. It is a testament to their deep-seated survival instincts, a way of thriving when the meadow's surface is hidden by frost. The timing of their foraging is dictated by the pulse of the day. They prefer the soft, diffused light of dawn and the cooling shadows of dusk, avoiding the harsh intensity of the midday sun. This schedule allows them to feed in comfort, with their senses fully attuned to the environment. The dawn forage is a time of renewal, where they drink the dew clinging to the leaves, quenching their thirst while they eat. The dusk forage is a more relaxed affair, a final, substantial meal before the long, dark hours of the night. It is a balanced routine, one that ensures they stay strong and healthy across the turning of the year. While they graze, their caution never wavers. They are communal in their eating, but each individual keeps a keen ear turned toward the horizon. They often take turns, one pausing to sit upright, ears scanning the periphery, while the others continue to feed. This collective vigilance allows them to maintain their focus on the food while knowing that the safety of the group is being monitored. They trust the silence of the meadow, but they never grow complacent. It is a partnership of trust, a silent understanding that allows everyone to eat their fill without the weight of unnecessary worry. When the stomach is full and the light begins to fade completely, the ritual of the return begins. They do not wander far from their primary shelters, preferring to stay within the familiar geography of their home range. As they retreat, they move with a full, content grace, leaving the meadow behind for the quiet safety of the burrows. The foraging session is over, a successful cycle of gathering and nourishing that keeps the pulse of their lives steady. They move back into the earth, satisfied and at peace, ready to rest until the next turn of the world brings the return of the sun. A quiet meal beneath the sky. The act of eating is, for the rabbit, a sacred interaction with the meadow. It is not merely about survival. It is about the careful selection of the finest offerings provided by the earth. Each plant is evaluated by scent before a single bite is taken. They move through the tall fescue, selecting clover leaves that are young and bright, or grasses that have been kissed by the morning dew. There is a discernible patience in their approach. They do not strip a patch bare, but move gracefully from one cluster to another, allowing the meadow to regenerate in their wake. This mindful grazing is a sign of a creature that belongs to its environment, treating the landscape not as a resource to be depleted, but as a home to be tended. When a choice plant is found, The rabbit settles into a comfortable position. The chewing is a slow, rhythmic process, purposeful and steady. As they work through the fibrous vegetation, the movement of their jaws is a soft, hypnotic sound that blends with the gentle swaying of the stalks. This steady rhythm is vital to their well-being, as the constant grinding of the plants ensures their teeth remain perfectly shaped. It is a harmonious mechanical process, a physical manifestation of their adaptation to a life of grazing. There is a sense of deep satisfaction in this slow, deliberate nourishment, a peace that settles into their frame as they feed beneath the vast, open sky. Their digestive process is a unique and essential part of their natural design. Rabbits utilize a sophisticated system that allows them to extract maximum nutrients from their high-fiber diet. By processing their food in a specialized way, they ensure that every ounce of energy is absorbed, maintaining their vigor and vitality even when food sources are modest. This biological efficiency is part of the reason they can remain so active and alert. It is a quiet, internal industry, one that occurs while they rest, allowing them to remain grounded and healthy. This system is their secret to longevity, a hidden strength that supports the constant demands of their energetic, hopping life. Once the meal is concluded, the rabbit engages in a period of quiet reflection. They often find a patch of earth that has been warmed by the sun, where the soil is firm and dry. Here, they stretch out, a long, elegant pose that speaks of absolute comfort. The relaxation is total. Their ears might droop slightly, and their eyes, though still aware, lose their sharp, searching edge. It is a time for digestion and rest, a transition from the labor of foraging to the bliss of being. In this state, they become one with the surroundings, their fur blending perfectly with the dried grasses and shadows, a living part of the summer landscape. The warmth of the sun is a profound comfort. It penetrates their fur, soothing their muscles and providing a natural energy boost. As they lie there, the meadow continues its own slow-moving dance around them. The buzzing of a bumblebee, the distant call of a bird, and the whisper of the breeze all form a protective cocoon of sound. The rabbit absorbs this warmth, its heartbeat slowing to a steady, rhythmic thrum. It is a moment of pure presence, where the rabbit is neither looking for food nor fearing for its safety, but simply existing, a witness to the beauty of a summer day at its peak. As the late summer afternoon begins to lengthen, the shadows stretch toward the east, signaling the coming of dusk. The meal has been finished, and the rest has been taken. The rabbit rises, a smooth and effortless movement that resets its alertness. The peak of the summer is passing, and the air carries the first, almost imperceptible hint of a change in the seasons. But for now, the cycle is complete. They have been fed, they are rested, and they are ready to return to the rhythms of the evening. The meadow holds them in its embrace, a landscape that has provided everything they need for this quiet, perfect day under the open sky. Autumn, a season of preparation. The golden light of autumn begins to drape over the meadow like a soft, heavy blanket. The vibrant greens of summer are slowly surrendering to a palette of burnt orange, deep ochre, and pale straw. For the rabbit, this transition is a clear signal that the cycle is shifting toward a time of patience and preservation. The air is crisper, carrying the scent of damp leaves and the faint, earthy musk of the coming chill. The rabbit moves with a slightly more deliberate pace, its instincts sharpening to meet the changing demands of the land. This is not a time of frantic activity, but a season of deep, quiet preparation, where every movement is infused with the wisdom of the turning year. The most visible change begins with the rabbit's own coat. The thin, summer fur is slowly shed, replaced by a thicker, denser layer designed to trap warmth against the skin. This transformation is a slow, methodical process, a natural hardening of the rabbit's defenses against the frost. The new coat feels different, firmer and more insulating, a physical adaptation that allows the rabbit to remain comfortable even when the morning dew turns to icy rime. It is a protective, insulating garment woven by the seasons, ensuring that the rabbit can continue its life in the field regardless of the plummeting temperatures. With the thinning of the tall grasses, the meadow offers less concealment than it did in the height of summer. The rabbit begins to learn and memorize new paths, seeking out the thicker brambles and the sheltered depressions that will provide refuge when the foliage falls away. It explores the edges of the woods with renewed focus, mapping out the deepest recesses where the wind cannot reach. This mapping is an instinctive mental exercise, a way of reinforcing the safety of its territory. The rabbit is not just roaming, it is refining its knowledge of the landscape, preparing to navigate a world that is becoming more exposed and more demanding. As the days grow shorter, the need for caution intensifies. The golden hour of the afternoon arrives earlier, and the darkness of the evening creeps into the meadow with quiet urgency. The rabbit becomes a master of the shadow, moving through the fading light with a heightened sense of vigilance. It learns to read the new sounds of the season, the brittle snap of a dry branch, the rustle of fallen leaves underfoot, and differentiates them from the sounds of potential threat. This increased awareness is a protective layer, an internal shield that ensures the rabbit remains safe as the cover of the meadow gradually thins. The nights become noticeably cooler, a sharp departure from the gentle warmth of the previous months. When the frost first touches the clover, turning the once succulent leaves into brittle, frosted bits, the rabbit learns to forage with more selectivity. It seeks out the sheltered spots where the ground stays slightly warmer, and it spends more time in the sun-drenched patches that remain after the morning mist clears. The cooling of the earth is a gentle reminder that the peak of the cycle is behind them, and that the coming season will require a more conservative, measured approach to the rhythm of life. Despite the cooling air, there is a profound sense of maturity in the rabbit's demeanor. It is no longer the curious, sometimes clumsy kit of the spring. It is now a seasoned inhabitant of the meadow, fully in tune with the requirements of the autumn. Its body is strong, its reflexes are honed, and its mind is a library of experiences. As the sun sets, casting long, dramatic shadows across the field, the rabbit sits and watches the stars emerge in the cooling sky. It is ready for the transition, standing as a quiet, resilient witness to the beauty of the harvest season, perfectly aligned with the steady, inexorable turning of the world, the male and the female. The meadow is a landscape of complex relationships, where the lives of the male and female rabbits intertwine with the natural cycle of the year. The male, often called the buck, moves with a heightened sense of alertness. He is the guardian of the territory, his ears constantly rotating to pick up the faint, distant calls of others or the approach of a potential rival. His role is one of vigilance. He patrols the outer edges of the home range, his presence a silent assertion of the family's claim to the land. Though he is rarely aggressive, he carries himself with a steady, watchful pride, his movements deliberate and his senses stretched to their absolute limits. The female, or the doe, embodies a different kind of strength. Her life is deeply connected to the rhythm of the burrows and the quiet, hidden life of the young. She is the anchor of the family, her movements characterized by a deep, grounded intuition. While the buck scans the horizon, she is the one who monitors the health of the nest, the quality of the grazing, and the safety of the pathways. Her vigilance is tempered by a profound, nurturing focus. She is the architect of their peace, ensuring that the next generation has the stability required to grow strong and resilient in the face of a changing world. Their cycle of life is guided by the light of the sun and the abundance of the land. When the conditions are just right, When the clover is at its most nutritious and the weather is mild, they engage in the age-old dance of their species. It is a time marked by playful, high-energy chases and rhythmic, jumping displays that signify the renewal of the life force. These interactions are never forced. They are an extension of the meadow's vitality. They understand the timing of the seasons with an accuracy that humans often marvel at, moving in perfect harmony with the pulse of the planet. Caring for the young is a shared, yet distinct, responsibility. The female takes the lead in the early, vulnerable weeks, her devotion absolute. She remains close to the nesting site, often moving away to draw attention elsewhere if she senses the slightest intrusion. The male, while not involved in the direct rearing, acts as an additional layer of protection. He maintains the perimeter of the field, his constant presence ensuring that the area remains undisturbed. This division of roles is a testament to the sophistication of their social structure, a cooperative survival strategy that has allowed their kind to endure across the ages. As the kits grow, the dynamic of the family shifts. They begin to move away from the mother's side, testing their independence as they learn the secrets of the meadow. The parents watch them with a calm, distant eye, allowing them the necessary space to develop their own instincts. It is a process of gentle detachment. The parents guide them towards self-sufficiency, teaching them which plants to avoid and how to recognize the shifting winds of the field. This independence is a mark of their success. The sight of a young rabbit navigating the clover with grace is the ultimate reward for the parents' watchful guidance. The cycle eventually turns toward the beginning of a new life. As the parents observe the young venturing further into the meadow, they feel the stirrings of another season. They are the bridge between what was and what will be, their own lives woven into the fabric of the fields. They represent the stability of the species, the calm, steady heartbeat that persists regardless of the challenges they face. In the whispering meadow, the presence of the buck and the doe is a constant, a reassuring certainty that as long as the grass grows, the legacy of their kind will endure under the watchful, eternal gaze of the moon. The quiet winter. The arrival of the first snowfall is a transformative moment for the meadow. The vibrant colors of autumn are erased, replaced by a pristine, silent blanket of white that muffles the world. For the rabbit, this is a season of profound stillness. The world becomes a study in contrast, the dark, bare branches of the trees against the brilliant snow, and the quiet, shivering landscape under a pale, wintry sun. The rabbit does not retreat into a deep slumber. Instead, it adapts. It enters a state of conservation, moving with a deliberate, energy-saving grace that allows it to persist through the harshest conditions without ever truly yielding to the cold. Searching for food during the winter is a challenge of endurance. The succulent clover and tender grasses are hidden deep beneath the frozen crust of the earth. The rabbit relies on its memory, returning to the spots where it knows hardy. Woody plants grow. It digs through the light, powdery snow with its front paws to reveal the dry, resilient stalks of winter-hardened shrubs. It is a slow, methodical process, a testament to the creature's stubborn will to survive. Each bite of bark or twig is earned, providing the vital fiber needed to keep its inner fires burning against the bite of the frost. During the coldest hours, the rabbit finds shelter within the thickets and the sheltered nooks of the forest edge. These spaces provide a buffer against the biting, wind-swept plains. Here, the dense, protective fur serves as its primary defense, a thick insulation that traps the heat of its body close to the skin. It spends long periods in these hidden alcoves, curled into a tight, compact ball. This position is not merely for comfort, it is a thermal strategy, minimizing the surface area exposed to the air and retaining the precious warmth generated by its own metabolism. The nights of winter are long and exceptionally quiet. The meadow, usually alive with the hum of insects and the rustle of small movements, is rendered mute by the ice. Under the vast, starlit winter sky, the rabbit sits in the sheltered dark, its senses still sharp. Even in the deepest cold, it remains aware. It does not sleep deeply, but rests in a state of suspended readiness. It listens to the creaking of the frozen trees and the whistle of the wind, a silent observer of the season's power. There is a strange, stark beauty to these nights, a crystalline purity that tests the strength of all living things. Despite the harshness of the elements, the rabbit's connection to the meadow remains unbroken. It knows that this, too, is part of the cycle. It does not fear the cold. It respects it as a necessary pause in the grand rhythm of life. The burrow, deep beneath the frost line, remains a steady, cool sanctuary where the rabbit can retreat to regain its strength. It is a life lived in cycles of movement and rest, a balanced existence that values every ounce of energy and every moment of warmth. The rabbit is a survivor, perfectly aligned with the cooling and warming pulse of the planet. As the winter begins to lose its grip, the rabbit waits with an innate, quiet patience. It knows that the snow will melt, that the soil will soften, and that the first green shoots will eventually pierce the thawing ground. It has weathered the peak of the frost, and it remains a constant, living thread in the tapestry of the field. The meadow is currently a quiet, sleeping giant, and the rabbit is its patient companion. The cold will pass, the light will return, and the cycle will prepare once more to blossom into the vibrant life of another spring, a promise held in the heartbeat of the winter dark. Another spring, a new generation. The transformation begins not with a roar, but with the subtle, melodic drip of melting snow. As the temperature climbs, the icy crust of the meadow softens, and the earth begins to exhale the damp, fragrant scent of awakening soil. For the rabbit, this is the most anticipated moment of the year. The thaw reveals patches of vibrant, resilient brown and the first faint green spikes of new growth, pushing through the detritus of winter. The rabbit moves with a renewed vigor, sensing that the lean days are behind it. The sun stays longer in the sky, its warmth no longer a fleeting gift but a steady, life-giving presence that encourages the world to bloom once again. This is a season of profound renewal, a time when the meadow begins its intricate dance of rebirth. The rabbit, now matured and deeply familiar with every hollow and hill, observes the changes with a seasoned eye. It has survived the winter and emerged as a veteran of the cycle, its instincts perfectly honed. As the days lengthen, the rhythm of life accelerates. The air becomes filled with the stirrings of insects and the calls of returning birds, creating a symphony that announces the arrival of another spring. It is a time when the legacy of the past is carried forward, a bridge between the seasons that ensures the meadow never stays silent for long. Deep within the familiar burrows, the cycle of birth repeats. New life enters the world, brought forth in the same sheltered, fur-lined chambers that have cradled generations before. The mother, experienced and calm, tends to her kits with a gentle, practiced precision. She knows the importance of this moment. She understands that these tiny, trembling lives are the future. There is a quiet confidence in her movements, a grace that comes from having navigated the meadow through all its seasonal shifts. She is not just protecting her own, she is honoring the continuum of her species, ensuring that the rhythm of the whispering meadow continues unabated. The first lessons of the new generation begin as soon as they are strong enough to venture into the light. The parents guide them through the basics of survival, identifying the safest patches of clover, learning to interpret the shift in the breeze, and mastering the art of the silent hop. It is a patient process, full of gentle nudges and watchful pauses. The young ones are bundles of curious energy, their attempts at independence both endearing and vital. They learn by watching, by mimicking the stillness of their elders, and by discovering the joy of movement across the freshly thawed grass. Life continues with an effortless, fluid grace. The meadow, now lush and filled with the abundance of the season, supports the growing families. There is a sense of balance restored. The struggle of the winter has been replaced by the plenty of the spring. The rabbit, our hero, who has now reached the fullness of adulthood, watches the young ones with a quiet, observant wisdom. It no longer needs to hunt for the basics. It knows the territory as an extension of itself. The cycle has not just repeated, it has deepened, becoming a more intricate and harmonious part of the living landscape. This is the beauty of the Whispering Meadow, the realization that while individuals may transition through the seasons, the life force itself is eternal. The birth of this new generation is not just a biological event, it is a renewal of the promise of the future. As the sun sets on the first true spring day, the meadow is alive with the promise of growth and the steady, rhythmic pulse of new beginnings. The cycle is in motion once more, and in the quiet, green depths of the field, the rabbit rests, content in the knowledge that the heartbeat of its kind is strong, steady, and ready to meet the days ahead. The years of strength, with the passing of several seasons, the rabbit has entered its prime. It is no longer a student of the meadow, it is a master of the landscape. Every hollow, every hidden trail, and every patch of clover is etched into its memory. It moves with a confidence that only time and experience can provide. Its body a perfectly tuned instrument of survival. It knows exactly how long to linger in the sun and precisely when the shadows suggest it is time to retreat. This is the era of stability, where the rabbit moves through the changing seasons with an effortless grace that feels almost like a conversation with the earth itself. Its mastery of the meadow is most evident in the art of the escape. While younger rabbits might react with frantic, unpredictable energy, our rabbit possesses the calm focus of a seasoned survivor. It understands that distance is not always the best defense. Sometimes, a simple, well-timed turn into a dense thicket is all that is required to vanish from view. It relies on its deep knowledge of the terrain, choosing paths that favor its speed and agility. This is the quiet confidence of the powerful, a creature that knows its own capabilities so well that it never feels the need to prove them. Choosing the best hiding places has become a second nature. It knows which burrows stay cool during the peak of summer and which thickets offer the most protection against the autumn winds. It has identified the most secure nesting sites, places where the soil is firm and the drainage is excellent. These are the choices of a creature that values quality over quantity, seeking out the best of what the meadow has to offer. This wisdom is a silent benefit of its years, a way of living that prioritizes longevity and comfort over the restless exploration of its youth. The seasons continue to wash over the meadow, a recurring cycle of bloom and decay that the rabbit navigates with equanimity. It watches the spring rains turn the soil to mud, and the summer heat dry the grass to a brittle gold. It has seen the autumn leaves carpet the ground, and the winter frost turn the world into a crystal palace. Each season is a chapter it has read many times before, and it turns the pages with a steady, unflappable rhythm. It is a part of the meadow's history, a living entity that has grown to mirror the landscape's own endurance. Life during these years is stable and secure. The rabbit has established its role within the community of the meadow, moving through the grass with a quiet, respected presence. It participates in the social life of the family, offering a calm example to the younger generations who are just beginning their own journeys. There is a sense of order to its days, the foraging, the resting, and the watchful waiting, all performed with the precision of a clock. It is a life of purpose, where the primary objective is to maintain the balance that keeps the family safe and the cycles turning. As the years continue to pass, the rabbit becomes a fixture of the fields, a silent sentinel who has witnessed the transformation of the meadow time and again. It has seen the growth of trees, the carving of new paths by the rain, and the slow, steady progression of the world. It is content, its existence anchored by the familiarity of the earth and the reliable return of the sun. The years of strength are a testament to the harmony between a creature and its home. A beautiful, rhythmic stretch of time where the rabbit simply is, fully realized and perfectly at peace within the whispering green of its world. The seasons turn quietly. The cycle of the years has become a gentle, predictable rhythm. Our rabbit has watched the spring bloom into a riot of color countless times, each season bringing the familiar scent of damp soil and new life. It has felt the summer sun reach its peak, casting a golden, heavy warmth that turns the meadow into a sanctuary of long, languid days. Autumn has returned in its familiar robes of bronze and gold, whispering of the coming rest, and winter has descended in its quiet, white shroud, teaching the lesson of patience once again. These are not merely changes in the weather, they are the rhythmic heartbeats of a long and storied life. In this steady flow of time, the rabbit has moved through the seasons with a quiet, observant grace. It has learned to anticipate the shifts, feeling the change in the barometric pressure in the air long before the leaves begin to turn or the frost touches the clover. There is a profound sense of continuity in its existence. The meadow has changed, the trees have grown taller, the paths have shifted with the heavy rains, yet the rabbit's connection to this land remains unchanged. It is the constant observer, a living thread woven into the fabric of the fields, witnessing the slow, beautiful aging of the world. As the years settle into a long, comfortable stretch, the signs of time begin to leave their mark. The quick, explosive hops of its youth have mellowed into a more deliberate, measured pace. The rabbit no longer feels the need to race through the grass. It knows exactly how much energy is required to reach the best grazing spots. Its movements have become economical, a testament to the wisdom that comes with a life well lived. It moves with a dignity that commands the space around it, a quiet master of its own boundaries who has earned the right to move at its own speed. The social dynamics of the meadow continue to shift and renew. The rabbit sees its own offspring reach adulthood, building their own homes and finding their own places in the tall grass. It watches from a distance, a silent, sage-like figure who has passed on the knowledge of the land. There is no longer a need to guide or protect directly. The cycle has taken its course. The rabbit finds contentment in this transition, observing the fresh energy of the young as they navigate the same paths it once trod. It is a time of reflection, a season of being, where the rabbit enjoys the fruits of a long-standing harmony with the meadow. The arrival of old age is not a sudden shadow, but a gradual, quiet deepening of the bond between the creature and the field. The rabbit spends more time in the sun, finding the warmth of the earth particularly soothing. It seeks out the most comfortable nooks, where the grass is soft and the view is open, allowing it to watch the meadow's slow-turning kaleidoscope of colors. The urgency of the hunt for food is replaced by a more relaxed approach, a leisurely gathering of what the land provides. It is a dignified descent into the later years, where every moment is savored with a quiet, thankful clarity. As it rests, the rabbit feels the presence of the meadow in a way that is deeper than ever before. It is not just living in the field, it is part of the field. The rhythm of its heartbeat is synchronized with the rhythm of the wind in the stalks. The coming of the twilight is no longer a signal to rush to the burrow, but an invitation to witness the beauty of the dusk, to breathe in the cool air, and to reflect on the immense, beautiful journey of a life spent in the wild. The cycle continues. The seasons turn with a soft, persistent whisper, and the rabbit waits for the next shift in the light with a spirit that is entirely, wonderfully still. The wisdom of an old rabbit. The golden years of the rabbit are defined by a profound and steady tranquility. The explosive energy of its youth has gracefully transitioned into a dignified, measured pace. Every hop is now deliberate, a soft placement of paws that respects the wisdom of the earth. The rabbit no longer feels the need to explore every corner of the vast meadow. It knows the territory with an intimate, instinctive depth that requires no further discovery. It spends its hours in the most familiar places, the sun-warmed slopes and the sheltered patches where the clover grows richest. Its life has become a series of gentle, rhythmic movements, reflecting a lifetime of experience and a deep, intuitive peace. The meadow is a landscape of memories for the old rabbit. Each rustle of the grass, each shift in the wind, brings back a sense of familiarity. It has seen the changing faces of the family, the rise and fall of the seasons, and the slow, steady transformation of the landscape itself. These memories do not weigh it down. They provide a sense of rootedness, a connection to the history of the place. It sits in the soft light of the late afternoon, its ears held in a relaxed, gentle posture, simply watching the meadow unfold. The need for constant vigilance has faded, replaced by a deep trust in the rhythms of the world it has called home for so long. Experience has replaced the need for constant, frantic movement. When the rabbit senses a change in the atmosphere, the approach of a storm or the shifting of a shadow, it knows exactly how to respond. It moves with an efficiency that is almost invisible, finding the safest shelter with minimal effort. This is the wisdom of the survivor, to understand that true safety is found in the calm assessment of one's surroundings. It moves with a quiet grace that is respected by the meadow, a presence that is woven into the very fabric of the field. The younger rabbits often pause in its presence, sensing the weight of its experience, a silent acknowledgement of the path they are yet to tread. Rest has become the most cherished part of the day. The rabbit spends longer periods in the quietude of its favored spots, allowing the earth to cradle its body. The sunlight is a balm, a warm, golden gift that fills its fur and slows its breathing. It does not look for the future, nor does it dwell on the past. It exists entirely in the present moment, a state of being that is as pure and simple as the grass it rests upon. These periods of rest are not merely for the body, they are a deep, meditative state where the rabbit and the meadow become one. It is a beautiful, serene existence, characterized by a quiet gratitude for the sun, the soil, and the steady, whispering breeze. The sunrises are more meaningful now, observed with a clarity that only a long life can bestow. As the light breaks over the horizon, the rabbit wakes to the sight of the dew-laden field, a sparkling mirror of the morning sky. It does not rush to the forage. It sits and watches, breathing in the fresh, cool air, feeling the pulse of the world as it begins another day. The transition of the light from soft violet to brilliant gold is a daily miracle, one that the rabbit has witnessed thousands of times, yet each time feels like a new, personal invitation to exist. It is a slow, thoughtful start to the day, full of the quiet wisdom of one who knows the value of every breath. As the final winter of its long journey begins to stir in the air, the rabbit remains undisturbed. It has weathered many winters, and it knows the cycle well. There is no anxiety in the arrival of the cold. There is only a sense of completion. It moves toward its most sheltered, comfortable burrow, a place it has prepared with the instinctual care of a lifetime. The meadow is preparing for its own rest, and the rabbit, with the quiet dignity of a soul that has lived in harmony with the wild, prepares to join that rest. It is a time of soft edges and fading light, a gentle, respectful conclusion to a life that has been, in every sense, a masterpiece of natural grace. The last morning in the meadow. The dawn arrives with a soft, diffused light, painting the horizon in shades of pale peach and lavender. It is a morning much like any other, yet there is a stillness in the air that feels profound and absolute. The rabbit emerges for its final journey, its movements slow and deliberate, grounded by the weight of many seasons. The dew clinging to the grass is heavy, silvered by the first light of day, and the meadow greets its inhabitant with the familiar rustling symphony of waking life. There is no urgency in the rabbit's step, only a gentle, measured progression toward a favorite sun-drenched patch where the clover grows thick and the earth feels warm beneath its paws. A soft breeze stirs the stalks, carrying the fragrance of the damp, awakening field. The rabbit pauses, its ears still catching the distant, rhythmic pulse of the meadow. It has known these sounds for a lifetime, the low hum of the bees, the rustle of the leaves, and the gentle sigh of the wind. Each sound is a memory, a fragment of a life lived in perfect accord with the land. The air feels crisp and invigorating, filled with the promise of a new day that the rabbit feels but does not need to participate in. It settles into the grass, feeling the solidity of the earth beneath it, a comforting anchor after a long and beautiful journey. This is the final excursion, a quiet traverse of a landscape that has been both home and teacher. The rabbit moves toward the shelter of a familiar bramble, its movements fluid despite the years. There is a sense of completion in its grace, a feeling that the circle is drawing to a close exactly where it began. The light is growing brighter, illuminating the delicate textures of the grass and the vibrant life that continues to stir all around. The rabbit feels a profound sense of gratitude for the simple, elemental beauty of the world, the warmth of the sun, the coolness of the air, and the quiet rhythm of the field that has cradled its existence from the very start. As the morning progresses, the rabbit's breathing becomes shallow and steady. There is no struggle, only a graceful surrender to the natural tempo of the meadow. It finds a soft, sheltered hollow, a space that has been a sanctuary many times before. The body grows still, settling into the earth as if returning to the very soil from which it came. The tension of existence, the constant vigilance of survival, simply melts away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. The rabbit rests, its eyes closed, listening to the final echoes of the morning song, a witness to the beauty of a world that continues to breathe and grow. The meadow, meanwhile, carries on its endless, vital work. The grass continues to reach toward the sun, the insects begin their day, and the cycle of life persists without pause. There is no sadness in this transition. It is as natural as the setting of the sun or the falling of a leaf. The rabbit's life has been a quiet, resilient chapter in the history of the field, a story that is now seamlessly woven into the tapestry of the earth. Its legacy is found in the paths it carved, the clover it tended, and the wisdom it passed down to the generations that now hop through the dew-kissed grass. The journey has reached its natural conclusion. The rabbit remains in its quiet, secluded spot, a final, peaceful presence in the heart of the whispering meadow. The sunlight deepens, casting a warm, golden glow over the field, as if acknowledging the end of a long and faithful guardianship. Everything is as it should be. The cycle of the meadow is vast, eternal, and perfectly balanced, and our traveler has been a beloved part of it. The wind continues to whisper, the grass continues to sway, and the story of the rabbit, written in the soil and the wind, finds a serene and quiet resting place. When the meadow continues the story, the meadow never stands still. Even as the seasons turn and years melt into memories, the grass continues its slow, rhythmic climb toward the sun. The offspring of our rabbit, now fully grown and seasoned by their own experiences, navigate the familiar trails with the same fluid grace their parent once possessed. They are the new keepers of the meadow's secrets, moving through the clover with a quiet confidence that mirrors the history of this land. They carry the lessons of the past in their instincts, knowing exactly where the sweetest patches of food reside and where the shadows offer the most secure shelter. The fresh, green shoots of spring are already pushing through the soil where the last generation walked, a constant, silent renewal that speaks of the meadow's enduring vitality. Each blade of grass seems to hold a memory of the past, yet it reaches forward toward the future. The same paths are trodden, the same burrows are maintained, and the same rituals of foraging and resting are performed. Life is a tapestry of recurring patterns, where every individual plays a vital role in the greater unfolding story of the fields. The meadow is alive with the energy of the new, yet it remains firmly rooted in the wisdom of those who came before. Spring returns with a renewed intensity, a season of brilliant light and intoxicating fragrance. The air is alive with the calls of birds and the humming of insects, a chaotic, beautiful celebration of existence. For the new generation, the world is a place of boundless opportunity. They hop through the fields with an energy that is both fresh and familiar, their movements a testament to the timeless nature of their species. They are the living continuation of the story, their presence ensuring that the rhythm of the meadow remains unbroken. A steady, pulsing heartbeat that echoes across the open plains. Life does not stop, it simply shifts its focus. The meadow is a classroom of experience, and every sunrise brings a new lesson to be learned. The younger rabbits watch the patterns of the clouds, the tilt of the stalks, and the movement of the wind, learning to read the landscape just as their ancestors did. They are building their own lives, their own families, and their own histories within the sheltered confines of the whispering meadow. It is a quiet, industrious process, full of the small victories of survival and the simple joys of existence under the vast, wide sky. A new generation now leaves their own marks upon the earth. They move with the same cautious, intelligent curiosity, their ears twitching to the distant sounds of the field. They are the descendants of a long line of survivors, and they move with the strength that only a deep, ancestral connection can provide. The meadow welcomes them just as it has welcomed every generation before, offering its shelter, its food, and its quiet companionship. They are the children of the grass, the heirs to the whispering meadow, continuing a legacy that is as ancient as the soil and as fresh as the morning dew. Every day is a new beginning. The meadow continues its story, written in the movement of the animals and the growth of the plants. It is a narrative that has no end, only a series of graceful transitions. The rabbits hop, the wind whispers, and the cycle of the year rolls forward with unwavering purpose. As the sun sets, casting a soft golden glow over the field, the new generation settles into the earth, content and secure. The story of the whispering meadow is in good hands, protected by the instincts of the young and the enduring, silent memory of the land itself. Another whisper among the grass. The cycle returns to the point of origin, beneath the soft, silver light of a morning that feels as ancient as it is new. A gentle coolness clings to the air, and the dew settles upon the meadow once more, turning the field into a shimmering landscape of potential. Everything is quiet, a profound and holy stillness that precedes the waking of the world. In this fragile space between the fading night and the rising sun, the rhythm of the meadow begins again. It is a moment of pure, elemental beauty, where the past and the future meet in the simple, quiet breath of the earth. A faint movement stirs the tall stalks near the edge of the forest. It is not the wind, nor the passing of a larger creature, but a tiny, rhythmic twitching of grass blades. A shadow, small and compact, shifts against the ground. It is a movement so subtle, so perfectly in tune with the environment, that it remains hidden from all but the most observant eye. This is the pulse of the meadow, the soft, persistent life that hides in plain sight, waiting for the signal of the dawn. It is the return of the whisper, the beginning of a life that will grow, learn, and contribute its own unique rhythm to the fields. A young rabbit, only a few days into its experience of the world, tentatively edges out from the hidden opening of its burrow. It pauses, its ears vibrating as they capture the distant, waking songs of the birds. It is a creature of wonder, its wide eyes reflecting the pale, early light of the morning sky. It does not yet know the vastness of the meadow or the wisdom of the seasons. It knows only the warmth of the nest and the curiosity that pulls it toward the horizon. It takes a small, shaky hop, its paws pressing into the wet soil, marking its first, deliberate connection with the earth. The meadow receives this new resident with a gentle, accepting silence. The stalks part to reveal a path of soft, succulent grass, and the morning breeze carries the welcoming scent of clover and damp moss. It is a perfect, nurturing home, a sanctuary that has sustained its kind for countless generations. The little one pauses, twitching its nose in the crisp air, sampling the world and finding it good. It is a moment of pure possibility, a blank page in the long, beautiful story of the whispering meadow. The rabbit stands still, a tiny sentinel of the morning, ready to begin its journey. The cycle of life is an infinite, turning wheel, and this small creature is the latest revolution of that beautiful design. It is a loop that never truly closes, but rather continues to expand, carrying the legacy of the past into the promise of the future. The rabbit will grow. It will move through the changing colors of the seasons. It will learn the language of the silence, and it will eventually return its energy to the very meadow that raised it. It is a life that is small in scale, but immense in its significance, a vital thread in the great, living fabric of the natural world. As the first golden ray of the sun breaks over the horizon, the meadow begins its full, vibrant day. The young rabbit finds its place in the sunlight, its fur catching the glow, and begins to explore. Above, the sky stretches out in a boundless expanse of blue, and around it, the world continues to wake. It is a peaceful, quiet, and hopeful beginning. Under the vast starlit night that has passed and the bright, promising day that has dawned, the rhythm continues. The whispering meadow keeps its secrets, and the life of the rabbit, once again, unfolds in perfect, serene harmony with the turning of the earth.